Welcome on in, everybody. It is Draft Cave time, our Super Bowl here in Cleveland. And this is what we've been working with the OBR for so long. And we're finally here. I can hardly believe it. I feel like we were just in the Draft Cave. I feel like I just got over my cavemanness from last year. And we're right back in this year to get into the Draft Cave. And nobody does the draft like the OBR. We're going to have wall-to-wall coverage tonight, round one, which might be like the fastest round one of all time. Tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3. Coverage starts at 6:45. The draft starts at 7 tomorrow. And then coverage starts at 11:45 a.m. Sunday. Draft starts at noon for rounds 4 through 7. And as long as the Browns got picks, we will be here in the Draft Cave. So welcome on in. We are so excited you have decided to join and spend your evening with us in the Draft Cave. We are your hosts. These are the three faces. Sorry about that part. That you're going to see throughout the course of the 3 days. For the most part, Michael Keefe, Pete Smith, Joe Mazzullo. Boys, we made it. We're here.
Fine. It takes forever to get to this, especially when your team does as poorly as the Browns did, and you're starting basically in December. That's even longer wait. But yeah, we finally get to see what this team does. It's the best opportunity you get all year to add talent. And so it's up to the Browns to capitalize and either take this thing forward, or we're going to have some ugly conversations about, tear down and trade away stuff. So hopefully they nail it and we can just keep this thing together and move forward.
Yeah, agreed there. I got to tell you, boys, I'm so fired up. This is my favorite weekend of the year. It is such a good time. It is so much fun. And I got to tell you, nobody loses on draft day. Nobody loses on draft weekend. This is a great place to be. I'm fired up. And yeah, man, I'm ready for it. My favorite part of the draft, I mean, you've got the culmination of college careers, and every question of the last 5 months is getting answered tonight. And at the same time, it's just the beginning. It's just the start of these kids' stories, man. It's the greatest reality television in all of the world. Absolutely love it. Absolutely fired up.
100%. And Joe, welcome into your first OBR Draft Cave. We're so excited to have you. And again, we have a great time. By about 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon, I'm about ready to keel over, but it's still worth it to do it. And like you said, no losers on draft weekend. And I'm very interested, boys. Again, we don't know. There are so many directions this can go. And I think a lot of people assume it's going to go certain ways for the Browns, but we have no idea how it's going to go until it happens. What I'm excited for, guys, Pete, if you'll remember being in the Draft Cave last year, lots of surprises out of the Browns last year. We had the trade.
Yep.
We had the selection of Mason Graham. Round 2 was wild. We had a linebacker. And we had several people here in the Draft Cave that were ready to seal up the cave and disappear forever. Turns out to be the defensive rookie of the year. We have a running back. Several picks later, those people were ready to fill the cave with water while they were in there. Turns out to be a tremendous player. You just don't know how it's going to turn out. But, guys, if Andrew Berry is able to maneuver his way through the draft this year like he was last year, it could be a pretty quick, exciting time turnaround for the Cleveland Browns.
No question. Not to mention, you got to live your dream of seeing the Browns pick Bowling Green tight end Kenneth Fannin, who was outstanding in a really good tight end class. But yeah, I mean, last year they trade down. We all said at the time they have to get a deal where you said nobody can argue with this, and they got it. And then we get the 5th pick. I thought they were going to take Tyrell McMillan. They take Mason Graham. We obviously, a lot of us thought they were going to take Trevion Henderson. They took Quinshon Judkins. But yeah, I mean, and there's pressure. There's pressure for them to do that again, because if they can do it again, then all of a sudden this team gets really interesting. All of a sudden, as opposed to the people who are insisting that bordering between building year and just flat out tanking, between speculation about players that are going to be here or aren't going to be here. If you crush it, and especially if you're able to add more picks, then you don't need to do those things. And you can start worrying about winning football games and trying to, move up in the standings and talk about playoff.
You know, what I find so interesting about this year, Pete and Mike, obviously, so Andrew Berry crushed it last year, and just about it's a universal tip of the cap to him. Like, just about everybody raved about the draft. He did so well. It rolled into the season. They all, I would say most of them outperformed even the high expectations. Like, it was considered a good draft on draft day, and they just knocked it out of the park with what they did on the field. I think part of that pressure is that, granted, the number 2 overall pick and, you know, the first overall pick in round 2 is obviously like phenomenal. But with the number 24 pick now after that trade last year, they have more assets. They should get 3 very, very highly rated players. So it's like there's all the pressure. It's like you almost have more to work with this year. I mean, obviously it's not quite as high as number 2 overall, but in this draft, that's not really an issue. But like they've got assets this year. And if he can pull it off again, I mean,
can we have good times? Can we have good times in the dog pound? Can we have good times?
I think it's going to happen, boys. I really do. I like the vibe so far.
Well, the challenge, though, is, you know, compared to last year, I think last year there was a lot more freedom. They just needed a whole lot of talent. Yep. This year, yes, talent is good, and ultimately, you know, I can talk all about how I want this, that, and the other thing, but when they're on the clock, all we're sitting here going, don't screw it up, get a good football player. But we are looking at through this of the lens of, yeah, they really need a quarterback. They're probably not getting one of those. Hopefully, not drafting one of those. But there are some obtainable things. Left tackle, wide receiver are things that they can get, and as a result, there's a lot of emphasis and expectations as far as that. And if they do something else, increase pressure on that particular player. But also then the immediate pivot is, you know, let's use Caleb Downs as an example. Yep. Take Caleb Downs, fantastic football player. And it's almost like we did the thing with Harold Fandon, which is the funniest part to me with Harold Fandon. The shortest analysis ever. Everybody's like, yep, great pick. And we moved on. Like that was it. Everybody was universally happy with the selection. But even if you pick Caleb Downs, the immediate reaction is, okay, now how are we dealing with, we got 2 things and how are we going to get them? So interesting dynamic for them to figure out.
Well, listen, just to get to a couple things, because we have got a packed pre-show here before the draft starts at 8:00. And then we're going to get into the draft. And it's always a big topic of conversation in the draft cave is how are we going to talk about the picks? How are our picks getting tipped, whatever. And listen, it's an impossible situation in the draft cave because it's impossible to all be linked up. Everybody's watching on different streaming services. People watch it online. Things get leaked before. So what we're going to do here tonight in round 1, because people want to know how this is going to work. Round 1, we are going to, Joe's going to kind of be in charge of it. He's going to be watching for when picks get announced. We're going to try to go along with when Joe sees the pick get announced. Not like on Twitter when it gets announced like 5 minutes before, but when it comes on TV or on the screen, that's when we'll go ahead and talk about it for night 1. It's a little easier to do that in round 1. In rounds 2 through 7, we're talking about them as they happen. We're like, as soon as when we see something, we're talking about it. So just know that we do hear you and we think about you, and we think that's a pretty good middle ground. No pick tipping tonight, and then the rest of the weekend, it's a free-for-all. Also, man, oh man, do we have a lot of fun stuff coming up here on the pre-show. In just a couple of minutes, we got stuff. Our own Park Fissler, you know him from This Side Up with Pete Smith. He's down in Pittsburgh bringing us some content. What?
It's just that this is always the thing I try to avoid. And you're like, with Pete Smith, like it's my show.
Well, so I don't know if you know this, but you are one of the hosts of it.
True.
Every week.
True.
It happens. And you do great.
Oh, I appreciate it.
You said a couple sentences. It's been great.
Hopefully we're gonna get some video from This Side Up. Maybe your sleepers at some point.
Maybe. Yeah, we got video. We got a whole package, a whole production package. So Park Fissler's, we're gonna have a video from him on in just a minute. Then we're bringing in Fred Greetham. Fred's hanging out in Berea, so we're gonna talk to Fred about what's going on, what the vibes are like there in Berea as we get ready for the first round. And then we'll bring in our fearless leader, Barry McBride. He's waiting in the background for that. And then we're going to have all kinds of special guests joining us throughout the course of the weekend. You'll see Jack Duffin. You know that man doesn't sleep on draft weekend over there in London. So Jack Duffin will be joining us. It is just a great time. So if you're like me, grab a beer, get yourself ready. If you're not like that, grab a Coke, grab a water, get a snack, settle in, because we are just 20 minutes away from the 2026 NFL draft. And as I said before, we've got some things going, some other things going on right now. I think we want to get to Park Fissler. And so I think Barry's running things in the background. I think we got Park. Do we have Park?
He's in there.
Am I here?
Park, what's going on?
I am here.
It looks like Pittsburgh behind you.
I am outside because in the media room, there's a lot of bad television going on. You know, announcers asking the Texans fans to scream. It's very annoying. So I'm out here. The weird thing, Mike, is that right over to my right, maybe about 50 yards, is an empty stadium. And it reminds me of one thing. I have to bring this up in Pittsburgh, was that if you remember 21, there was a playoff game here. It was an empty stadium. It was kind of quiet. Baker Mayfield and chest thump Myles Garrett, and the Browns actually won a game. That's what I remember, but it is very loud here. But that is what I reminded of this empty stadium to my right.
Uh-oh. Where'd Park go? Oh, see, it's just this is Pittsburgh. This is Pittsburgh internet. That's going on.
Called that one.
You
Joke
show
here.
up to Pittsburgh and the UFOs appear.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, there he is.
There I am. It almost went over the ledge here at the patio.
Don't get too excited. We need you to come back.
AirPods popping out of my ear like balls getting out of Casey Concepcion's hands.
Hey.
So I had to do that for Pete. Come on.
How was that?
Not the only one. I'm not the only one on that train.
Get out of here, Park. All right, that's been Park Missler.
Mike, listen. Here's the one thing, and then I'll scram. It's going to be a great weekend. I feel so lucky to be with you guys. Is that, listen, the Browns here could do nothing and win. Last year, everybody goes, listen, they won it last year. They had a great draft, and that is true. They've won this in a way. They have a running start. They could literally sit at the picks they're at, and they can't. I'm going to say they can't lose, but they're in a great spot here. Here is the one thing. Last year they had the Jaguars, right? And the Jaguars locked into one guy. And they walked up to Andrew Berry and said, here's a bank vault. Take it. This year, here's an interesting number. There are 11 teams between 7 and 23 who are wide receiver needy. Then, if you look at offensive tackle in that same group, there are 7 teams that need offensive tackle. Don't be too cute here. If you start bouncing up and down the board, you've got to get those guys. And yes, 39 may come into play and 70 comes into play with that. But that's just my thoughts right off the bat here. What I'll be doing here is running around, hopefully talking to some people. When the Browns make their first pick, I'll go over to the press conference. And there we go, boys.
Yeah, Park, listen, we look forward to getting stuff from you throughout the weekend, catching up with you. You need to be safe down there, man. You got to be safe, but make sure you represent the Browns well, okay?
I will, Mike. And what are you drinking, by the way? Is that an IPA?
If you got to throw some elbows, you throw some elbows. Yeah, a good old Jackie-O's, Mystic Mama. Always a good one.
There's always a beer. I mean, there's always a beer, right?
I mean, I didn't have my draft pours for that many weeks leading up to the weekend for no drafts to happen.
I get it.
You get it. All right, Park Missler, you go in there, you get ready for the draft to start. We look forward to more content from you, but thanks for checking in with us from Pittsburgh.
Go Draft Cave.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, big shout out to Park. Again, he's going to be getting us video. Sometimes he's going to be checking in with us live. Sometimes he's going to be making little video packages for us. But really cool to have Park there in Pittsburgh, bringing us live reports from the draft. And I'm glad we didn't lose him there. Yeah, I think we almost lost him over the railing at the stadium. So I'm glad we did not do that. Listen, the action just rolls along as 7:44. We're just over 15 minutes away from the start of the draft. And I see in the background our next special guest, this guy a little closer to home, but coming to you from the headquarters. Let's bring him in now. He is my co-host on Inside the Browns Beat, and he is just a legend in the Browns Beat world. Fred Greetham, how's things going over there in Berea?
It's a little different last year here, but yeah, the media room's filling up and everybody's kind of a low roar, not knowing what's going to happen, but you can anticipate, as always. I think the general feeling is something's going to happen that isn't expected. It just seems like no matter how many times I've been out here, the Browns do something not expected. If you expect them to trade, they don't, or, whatever. So, I think the feeling's pretty good, pretty positive, and then they start making moves, and then it's kind of like fast and furious. So it could It could just be as simple as 6 and 24, or it could be Browns are on the clock. They made a trade. They trade down, and then off we go. And so I really think they could do several different things. I just think you shouldn't overthink it. Just come out of here with some good players. You have some needs on offense, obviously. That's why you fired your head coach, because they scored 16 points a game. So you got to get pieces to get more points on the board. Offensive tackle, wide receiver. So what'll they do? Draft defense. That's that's kind of my take. I'm kind of simplifying it. But, I think back from – also, I don't want them to do – anybody remember the 2011 draft?
Yes,
Wow.
very much
Which-
so.
The Browns
Which
had
one?
the number 6 pick in the draft that year.
Oh, yeah.
And they traded down. They got ultimately 5 picks. The Falcons took a guy named Julio Jones. The
Never
Browns
heard
got
of him.
5 guys, one named Phil Taylor, one named Owen Marisic, Greg Little. They eventually got Brandon Whedon the next year and Trent Richardson in it. But, still, I'm not saying that one of these wide receivers is Julio Jones, but I think if you think he's a good receiver, you take him, because, just throwing a bunch against the wall and hoping it sticks doesn't usually work, at least in that scenario. Now, last year, it did work. So, and that was Tom Heckert. Remember him, general manager?
Oh, boy.
2 years later, 2013, the Browns did not trade the number 6 pick. That year, they took a linebacker named Barkevius Mingo from LSU. Now, he flamed out pretty quickly. So there you go. Just a little history. I've been here for all these things, so who knows which direction. You hope, for the Browns' sake, that it's a positive move tonight, whatever they end up doing. What are you guys thinking? I mean, what's the take right from you guys? If everything stayed, no trades, what would you take?
What would I take? I would take Mekhi Lemon. What do I think the Browns will take if they don't move Carnell Tate?
Joe?
I would take Carnell Tate, but I will say this in defense of Pete and Mekhi Lemon. I hated Hines Ward more than any other Steeler in the history of Pittsburgh. So I feel like Mekhi Lemon is like a reincarnation of that dude. And if we could piss off Pittsburgh fans as well as he pissed off Cleveland fans, it would be a win.
I just don't think you overthink it. Whoever you like best, take them. Puts them right at the top of the depth chart immediately.
Yeah, Pete, you again, here's the thing. I made a list of my top offensive tackles and my top wide receivers, and if they just walk away with 2 of those, I made a list of 10 guys. If they walk away with 2 of those guys, I'm gonna be pretty happy. I'll just speak out to be different, because if they do go wide receiver, I'm in on the Carnell Tate train. I go between him and Lemon in my brain. I think they're both just phenomenal players. You're not going to be mad if you wind up with either one of them. But to be different, I have made my way through the Spencer Fano talk fatigue, where all season long we talked about him as the best tackle, and then all of a sudden we got into the draft process, and it was like, well, but like Monroe Freeling's really good, and Max Hennichor, look at the potential there and all that. And I've made way through all that, and I think if they go tackle, just take Spencer Fano. He's amazing. He's amazing.
He is to me arguably the most fun human being to root for, because he's just charismatic, energetic, just plays the game the way you want him to play.
Yeah. So Fred, again, just talk about a little bit about your weekend here. Do they give you do you get a bedroom? Do you get a locker? Do you get to just move into the facility in Berea?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, they kick us out. Got here early. They feed us. We had a spread tonight. And so I'm full. Now it's just sit around. Then it's all fast and furious. All of a sudden, it's like trying to drink out of a fire hose. Everything happens, it seems like, at once. The pick, moves, conference calls with the player, Barry or the coach comes down and boom, 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 boom. There's all kinds of stuff going on. So, yeah, it kind of is the lull before the storm, so to say. But, yeah, we're right back out here, it seems like, the whole weekend, because they'll bring in guys, assuming they pick 2 guys tonight, they'll try to get them out here tomorrow for interviews. And so that fills up. A lot of people think it's just at night. No, they'll have stuff in the afternoon and that carries over. And then Saturday it just piles up on top of Thursday, Friday, guys that couldn't get out here until Saturday. So, yeah, there's always something going on out here for sure.
Well, Fred, we are excited to get content from you throughout the entire weekend. Obviously, the draft getting ready to kick off less than 10 minutes now. So we're going to let you go get back into things there in Berea. But again, Fred's going to have content for us. This is awesome. We got Fred bringing us content. Fred left. Okay. We got Fred bringing us content from Berea. We got Park bringing us content from Pittsburgh. We are coming at you from all angles, and you got us from our houses. But again, stay tuned for all kinds of great stuff from Fred as he gets you stuff from press conferences, any kind of behind-the-scenes stuff. He will bring it to you from Berea. Guys, really quick, before we bring Barry, let's bring Barry in. Barry's here. He wants to join. Let's bring the fearless leader in, Barry. What's going on?
I'm here. Well, what's going on is I'm behind the scenes here, madly operating the keyboard and trying to keep things on track here and doing some social media, talking to people in the chat, just, normal web dork behavior this evening. As far as my pick in the draft, I say just take the best Buckeye available at 6. Pick a Carnell, and if you like Caleb Downs, take Caleb Downs. I think Caleb Downs is going to be one of the first couple of picks in the draft this year, all season long. If he's there at 6, that's a gift. But I really like Carnell Tate, and I think it's appropriate. It's an appropriate pick for this team.
Igbinosun at 6. Igbinosun.
One more Buckeye is no problem.
That's right. Hey, guys, I wanted to ask the 3 of you about this because there was the report that came out just a little bit ago. And again, you would assume, and these reports happen, and you got to just be assuming the Browns are talking to everybody that'll call them right now, just trying to gauge interest on everything. And that's the due diligence that it takes to succeed in the draft. But there's a report that came out that the Titans, the Eagles, and the Browns have all been teams that have been discussing. And this one kind of took me a little bit by surprise. So just give me your impressions on it. They have been teams that have been reported to be discussing trying to get another pick back up into the late first round. So what does that tell you guys to see that the Browns are on that list? Because a trade up would surprise me a little bit. You let me know.
There's 2 trains of thought. First, if they do something like take Caleb Downs, they immediately got to be thinking of how to get back in the first round because they may need to go get one of the top tackles or one of the wide receivers. The other reason would be to try to gauge the price of what it costs to move up and try to figure out what they're trying to charge somebody else to move to 39. So both of those things make sense. But I've said all along, if the Browns do anything other than wide receiver and tackle with 6th pick or whatever, 39 immediately has to come into play, thinking about how do I move to go get that thing, because I firmly believe they cannot sit there and wait and just take whatever tackle or wide receivers there. I think they will miss on all the ones that they need to get immediate impact or to get the amount of talent that they need. So that's where I'm at with 39.
I agree with Pete that if they do go outside of receiver or tackle at number 6, you immediately have to start working the phones to move up to get the wide receiver you want and the offensive tackle you want. But if we don't do that, I've constantly in my mocks, I'm putting the best available guard or the best available pass rusher in that 2nd round spot.
Yeah.
And if they want to move up into the back end of that round to get a Malachi Lawrence or a Chase Basantis or somebody of that ilk, that's something that's going to be on the table.
You should have a sign. Yeah, there should just be a glowing sign that just every tagging that.
That's right, baby.
Does this work? Does this work? Can I throw one? Can I play? Can I throw a play? I don't know what to do with this. I'm gonna throw a player in the mix because I've got my draft day. I've called him my draft day player the whole way through. 39. If they do get their wide receiver and their tackle, then I've got a note right here. D'Angelo Pons, no matter what. Give me that kid. You need another corner. Give me that
I
kid,
love
and let's go
D'Angelo
out there and
Ponce.
let's go out there and wreck people on defense. So I'll throw him in there too. I do think that's interesting though, and it's got to have Browns fans just kind of excited, right? Barry, you got to feel kind of excited hearing what Pete said, because let's say they do take a guy like Caleb Downs because maybe they've got him so highly rated on their board that they're like, we can't not take him, because that's how I want my GM to act. If they got a guy that highly rated, take that guy, please. Yeah. But if you're a Browns fan and there's the potential that maybe you could walk out of here with Caleb Downs and one of these tackles, like a Proctor, one of the guys you might be able to get at 24, and you still walk away with a Denzel Boston or an Omar Cooper. If you walked out of the first round with those three of those guys, that's the stuff dreams are made of, I think.
Yeah, that would be a pretty successful draft. But, I think a lot of us, are looking at all these talks that the Browns are having, moving up, moving down. They're doing a lot of due diligence here. They're just trying to make sure that in that 8 minutes that they're on the clock, they can make the best possible decision. I'm one of these guys who's sort of pining for a 2027 draft choice somewhere along the way, because I'm so impressed, as is everybody, with that class coming out in 2027. So while I understand that we have a good opportunity here to fill a couple of holes in the first round and high in the second, I'm also keeping in mind what Lane Atkins said during Gang of Three and has also said in Rumor Central, which is keep an eye on that 39th and 70th pick. He said he would actually be surprised to see them pick in those slots. So expect some, quite a great deal of moving around. One thing I got to point out before I bolt here is that if you're watching this live with us and you've got a second screen or a monitor or something like that you can use, bring up Jack Duffin's spreadsheet that he shared today on the front page of the OBR. That has always been my best guide as to who the Browns may be zeroing in on, weeding through the 6,000 players that are in the beast or whatever. Jack's spreadsheet does an amazing job of sort of highlighting the players that the Browns would be interested in via their age and RAS guardrails. And it's extremely helpful to me. So if you're listening to this, just a plea to go check that out. It's very, very helpful. And Jack updates it throughout the draft.
Love that. And we're going to have Jack here with us, I think, at some point tonight, whenever he pops on from across the pond. And again, we've got stuff from Sam. We're going to be checking in with everybody. The OBR crew is set and ready to go for this. So, Barry, you hopping on and off whenever you want. You're the boss. And again, I hope you liked my post before about the wind sprints and the waterboarding. We appreciate the training you've given us all the way through.
And it's only partially true, the wind sprints and the waterboarding. But
yeah, you never made us do wind sprints. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, I'll go back behind the scenes. Have a great draft. This is going to be a lot of fun. Talk to you soon.
See you, Barry. All right. So, again, we've got about 2 minutes until the official start. Again, Joe's watching things. I got nothing on. I got done. I don't mean I'm wearing clothes, but I just got done coaching my son's baseball team. And so I just ran down here, turned the computer on. I don't have a TV on. I'm just relying on you guys. I'm like everybody else, relying on you guys. So, guys, last minute before the draft, we're going to go around the horn with a couple quick hitter questions. And I know we just talked about it. You guys were those your official picks that you're predicting for the Browns at 6 if they stay at 6? You got Mekhi Lemon, Pete. You got Carnell Tate, Joe?
Yeah.
I think the Browns would take. I think the Browns would take Tate if they let me do it, and they want to call me up and have me do it. I will take Lemon. My expectation though is that they're going to trade the pick. Like I'm pretty well over 50%, probably 75%. They're going to trade the pick.
That's interesting. I don't know. This is the most fun part about it. It's one thing I like. I know people get all worked up about how tight to the vest the Browns keep this stuff, but I think it makes it fun. You go in and you just have no clue what they're going to do. We got a question that I wanted to bring up. Naughty in a sense in the chat over on Twitch says, would you go all the way down to 23 from 6 for the 2027 draft capital? Joe, you're shaking your head. Why not?
It's too far. It's too far for the crapshoot of hoping that Philadelphia is not good and hoping that next year's draft is as good as we thought this year's draft was going to be. I mean, that's essentially what we did last year. We didn't drop down as far, but we got that number 1 pick. And that was our quarterback, guys. That's who we'll get. You know, Dylan Gabriel was a 3rd rounder. Shedeur was a 5th rounder. We got the number 1 in 2026. That's when we're going to find our guy. It's never guaranteed next year. I feel like dropping all the way down to 23 against – and that's the whole thing, too. It's a good football team. That's a damn good football team. Maybe a rash of injuries sets them back and they don't win enough games, but that's what you're hoping for. Otherwise, you're going to be picking in the late 20s again. And dropping from 6 all the way down to 23, you're losing out on too much, in my opinion.
I just watched the Jacksonville Jaguars literally become a curse to every team they played when the Browns owned their pick. A malady fell on basically every opponent they went up against.
Yes.
Quarterbacks fell down and still score. You know, the Chiefs stopped playing in the middle of the play that would have decided the game. You know, the Raiders give away a game, a 2-point conversion in overtime. They got every break. So look, I will say this: the 2027 draft is going to be good. Take the quarterbacks out of it. I'm talking position players are going to be phenomenal, but that's a really long way down. Obviously, the deal would have to be incredible to do it. So I think that's realistic. And I think the Browns want to be. I think the Browns want to play in this thing. I mean, not to say that 23 and 24 wouldn't be, but I think they want to be more involved in that.
Well, and in all of these trade situations and all of these trade scenarios, the thing that just keeps ringing out in my head is I'm not sacrificing. I'm not going to deliberately make my position in this year's draft worse just in case next year's draft is better. I'm not going to sabotage this year for next year. I think there's just this feeling that next year's picks are just inherently more valuable. They are not, because of what you said, Joe. And who knows what's going to turn out? Maybe next year will be the greatest draft you've ever seen. And if that's the case, they're probably going to be in a good spot to get a player. So, yeah, that's it. I thought that was an interesting question. What do you guys think, you know, just outside the Browns for a minute, because I believe Goodell's on stage now getting things kicked off. But outside of the Browns, first round, do we have any predictions for any other big move, crazy thing that you think might happen? What's the thing we're all going to be talking about tomorrow that isn't Browns related?
I think it's ultimately where Jeremiah Love ends up. And it may be really easy and he just goes to Arizona at 3 and that's it. But like everybody loves, I don't know anyone who thinks Jeremiah Love isn't a fantastic football player. It's just a question of where is it appropriate to take him and who's willing to make the move to do it and who's going to take that pick. So I think Jeremiah Love's landing spot is going to be certainly a big story. You can make the case he's the best player in the draft. So that's always going to be fascinating, but running back is what it is. So you never know.
I think Jordan Tyson is going to go high. I really do. I think he's going to go top 10, and I think that's going to be a surprise for a lot of people. I mean, there's some talk that he's going to be locked in there, but you know, with the injuries and stuff like that, there's been a lot of Browns fans that were hoping we could maybe get him at 24. But it's always the flashy, exciting offensive skill guys that generate the most buzz, and I feel like those two are going to be the talk of the draft.
All right, last question. Pete, Joe, I don't know, and I don't know if you have an answer to it, but we've been talking about the draft. We've been doing these mock drafts. We've been going through these draft boards for months and months and months. And I feel like every year, somewhere in the first round, there's a guy that gets taken that we all thought was going to go in the third round. Who's that guy this year? Who's the guy that you think is going to go much later that's going to get taken in the first round?
First round is tough. I don't know if there's anybody that's going to go crazy high because realistically, that hasn't happened as much in recent years. Like the Steelers taking the lesser brother, Edmonds' brother, for example. Like teams have generally gotten better at it. But I'll say this: the guy who has not been talked about as a first round pick the entire process, who I think will be, is your boy Chase Basantis. I think somebody at the end of the first round is going to take him. Unfortunately. Because I'd like him to be available at 39 for the Browns to take him. But I think he's a guy where a team like the Patriots, somebody like that will say, we need more linemen. He's really good, and we're not going to mess with it.
I think a guy like D'Angelo Pons could creep into the back end of the first round.
No.
Especially a team like the Miami Dolphins that need defensive backs big time and are sitting at the 30th pick after the Jalen Waddle trade. You know, you can go best player available at 11, and then you start attacking needs as you get down the board. And he's just he's like my favorite corner in the draft outside of Delaney. He's a stud.
Yeah. Well, here we are, the draft kicking off. It's disgusting to watch. I did pull it up on my phone finally. It's just disgusting. Terry Bradshaw's out there being Terry Bradshaw, and Big Ben out there being gross. I've hated him since he was at Miami, beating up Bowling Green. So this is just hideous to watch. But the draft is just about here, and we're going all the way through. And you guys are already in the comments. They are lively, so you guys be part of the show. If you got other questions, if you got topics you want us to discuss as we go through this, please put them in there. We are monitoring, so we will put it in there. I do want to say a special shout out to a couple of our followers and viewers. I saw this right at the beginning from over on Twitch, but two of our you're about to see how long time subscribers we have here. Let's start with Eco OBR. Subscribed 44 months in a row on our Twitch stream over there. Just we're going on 4 years with him subscribed. And then not to be outdone is Ty Sox 15, who is just here with us and being such a great supporter. 52 months in a row for Ty Sox. So we're pushing 5 years there. And I think just absolutely your support means the absolute world to us. And especially as long as you guys have done it, we really love you guys, and we appreciate all of your support, everybody that's joining us here on the Draft Cave. But special shout out to those two guys for as long as they've been around. All right, boys. Let's see. Yeah, look, we're getting comments. Sorry, if you're watching on YouTube, they don't tell us how long you've been watching. So I know a lot of you guys have been watching there for a long time, but our buddy Tactical Bacon giving some love to our friends that have subscribed for a long time. We appreciate it. All right. So, guys, last-minute thoughts before we get in here. Obviously, the first pick is not a surprise. It is going to be Fernando Mendoza. They're showing him on the screen right now. The Raiders are going to get a quarterback. But other last-minute thoughts here before that pick gets announced. As the clock is officially on, I see it's finally moving.
I would like to point out that Ruben Bain is wearing an absolutely fantastic brown suit tonight. And I'm not making connections, but it would be awfully fitting.
Pache, is the draft tonight?
I'm up to 90% on the trade.
Oh, why do you say that?
Just things being passed along.
Okay. All right.
Well,
you're going to be like that with us? Pass it along.
Don't get straight to the text, Pete. Jeez Louise, dude.
Well, from Lane Adkins is saying that he's hearing that they are expected to move down.
Man,
I am within reason. I'm very good with it.
Yeah, 100% within reason. But guys, what does within reason mean to you? What's the trade that they could make out of 6 that would get you like, holy crap, I feel great about this?
Well, the candidates that stand out, I mean, are 8, 9, the Saints, the Chiefs, the Cowboys at 12, and then the Rams at 13. I think those are the ones where everybody sits there and goes, I can see it. The one that you may not see and would be a hell of a jump would be the Jets from 16. That's I think the largest leap that could be possible. But like, I think yesterday in the press conference where Bill Clinton crashed for the Cowboys, the Cowboys just flat out said trading up to the top 5 isn't. I think they used the word impossible. So if that takes the 5 teams out, there's only one. The next possible candidate is at 6. So this is the interesting part about this whole thing. Everybody, you listen to anyone talk about the draft, they're like the 2 worst kept secrets in the draft are that the Raiders are going to take Fernando Mendoza and the Browns are going to are looking to trade down. But even as we sit here and we're still guessing what that actually means and where they're going to end up, which is the interesting part, that they are. Say what you will about the Browns, they're good at. Andrew Berry's got a heck of a poker face in terms of this stuff.
Well, and they're positioned very, very well. I mean, they are at the pick that's really going to be the trade up pick, right? I mean, if the Cowboys are saying it's impossible and it's going to be a challenge, it's going to be a steep price to move up there, then hell yeah, started bidding more over it, and if you can set up that, you have a few offers, you just take the one that you're most comfortable with, where you're going to take the one that gets you the most capital, but also gets you the guy that is highest on your board. You got to do it. You got to do it.
Yeah, I want to give another shout out just as we are, as we're looking through the comments here. But I called out a couple of our guys that have been subscribers for a long, long time, and then one of our other longtime subscribers, E. Gillen, over there on Twitch, just started handing out subs over there on Twitch. Look at these. Jason B is a subscriber now. Cassette Bay subscriber. King Lear. I can't even read them all because E. Gillen passed out so many subscribers. I'm just flashing them on the screen, but big shout out to E. Gillen for the gifted subs over there on Twitch, man. Just bringing more and more people to hang out with us in the Draft Cave, and we love that, and we love the support. So welcome to the new subscribers, and shout out to E. Gillen for the gifts. So the pick is in for the Raiders. They showed them celebrating. This is the least exciting part of the draft.
Mm-hmm. Well, is that going to be subtext for this year? Are we going to get a whole thing about how the Browns react to picks after last year, where apparently they hit, everybody focused on Sanders and then found out all the picks they had the same reaction that were nonplussed. So I'll be curious if they make it a show this year to make sure that everybody knows how excited they are about every pick.
No way. Do you know what a jerk I would be? You know what a smartass I would be if I was Andrew Berea this year? Every pick I made, I would sit and look into the camera like that.
Yep.
That is what he should
shake
do.
my head no the whole time.
I think she should go the opposite route. They should have a banner for every pick, and he should run through it.
Yes, and like a marching band. I love this. Somebody call him and tell him that's what we need him to do.
Not for nothing. And I know it's little things like this are the stupid things that we obsess over. But can I just say that Stefanski's face after the Shador pick was bad. That was egregiously. I am so unhappy, and I am not gonna I'm not gonna hide it. I want everyone to know. That was pretty crazy.
Oh man, yeah. If you are, I just saw this in the comments, and I think you should know this. If you are a subscriber to the OBR.com, first of all, if you're not a subscriber to the OBR.com, what are we doing here? Get over to the OBR.com, hit subscribe for the best place to follow the Cleveland Browns and get coverage.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Las Vegas Raiders have selected Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
And how do you think the press conferences? How do you think the press conferences with Mendoza are going to hit in Vegas?
I hope Cousins does it with him. I would love to see the two of them just work together.
Oh my God,
it'd be amazing.
My understanding is he was doing interviews and stuff with a T-shirt he got free from the Rose Bowl, which is my MVP. All these guys have great suits, and apparently he's just rocking whatever they gave him for free at the Rose Bowl. By the way, for people who are watching us, you should also pay attention to what's going on in the forums if you're a subscriber.
I was just going to say that.
There's still stuff going on in there in terms of stuff we're hearing. In terms of who's at the top of the board, we may know something. So you may want to look into that. But keep all these things open as you're watching this with tonight.
Yeah, you guys, Pete and Barry, shout out to you guys because Pete's here with us, and you can't even tell he's doing it in the background. That's how good he is at it. But Lane's passing along nuggets, and Pete's dropping them into Rumor Central. So if you are subscribed, make sure you get over into Rumor Central and just keep hitting refresh there because nuggets keep dropping. And how about this? Shout out to Underhill Pierce, OBR best subscription that Underhill Pierce has. And I don't even care if it's the only one he has. It's the best one, and that's all that matters to us. All right. So talk about Fernando Mendoza for a bit. We should talk about these players. The meteoric rise from Cal, where he was a pretty good player, to Indiana, where he led the team to a national championship at Indiana, which nobody ever does. And now he's the top overall pick. Boys, talk about his NFL prospects.
So for me, particularly because I've had to watch so many receivers, because that's what the Browns need. You watch guys like Concepcion and some of these other guys, these quarterbacks they've got are all over the place.
Yes.
And then you go watch Indiana's receivers, and you're like, Fernando Mendoza makes this so easy. The ball is where it's supposed to be consistently. He's smart. He knows how to operate. He does everything he's supposed to do. We focus on tools and all this other stuff, but and we go, well, how much of this is RPO and everything else? There is an element to the fact that he knows how to operate the machine. He knows how to drive the car. He makes it work consistently very few mistakes, and he was fantastic. And obviously, he took Indiana to another level this year, national championship, Indiana of all places. So, look, I don't look at Fernando Mendoza as a guy who's going to single-handedly change your franchise. But if you can build around him and give him enough pieces, parts, I think he will be a very good quarterback.
Yeah, I agree completely with Pete. First time I saw Mendoza, like actually watched like a full game, was last year when they took Miami to the brink, and he went toe to toe with Cam Ward and played really, really well. And I was surprised. Yeah. I was very caught off guard with how good he was, how tough he was, the athleticism. He's accurate. And then what he put together in Indiana this year was just super impressive. He delivered in the big moments. You know, he's probably one of the more likably goofy guys we've seen in a really long time. Just seems like a great kid, and I'm jealous, man. I feel like he's going to be pretty good. I liken him to a Jared Goff with better athleticism. I think he's going to be a good player for a long time.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think anytime we're in a draft like this, it kind of reminds me of the Joe Burrow draft, where it was like, well, that's the quarterback in this draft. There you go. It's Joe Burrow. Anytime it's this, I always like to get your opinions on, we don't really have any other quarterbacks to stack him up against in this draft. So when you look at the top quarterbacks that have gone in the last 5-10 years, where would you put Fernando Mendoza as a prospect coming into the NFL?
Probably somewhere in the middle. Like I think there are people who overstate how limited he is, because he is big, he is athletic, he has a good arm, he does all these things really well. And there are people like treating him like he's a bum, and I just think that's really, really selling him short. You know, compare him to Cam Ward last year. I think it's entirely a question of what do you want. Cam Ward, crazy tools, big arm, can do all this stuff, but also makes crazy decisions where he'll do the no, yes. But there's a lot more no's, because he turns the ball, throws it halfway across the field to the other team. Some of the stuff we saw from Shedeur Sanders with the Browns this year. Mendoza doesn't do that stuff. So again, he may not be like that transformational figure where you go, we got him. He's not Andrew Luck in terms of your franchise is safe, but he's just a really good quarterback. So you got your dude. If you give him pieces, if you build around him well, he's going to take care of you and you're going to be really good. Is he going to be good enough to take the team to the Super Bowl? Remains to be seen, but it would not surprise me given what I've seen from him.
Yeah. And I could see him stabilizing Las Vegas for a very long time.
Go ahead, Joe. Hit the button. Wow.
New York Jets select David Bailey, edge rusher out of Texas Tech.
And
looks like I'm already ahead on the mock draft, Pete.
Pete's mock is gone.
I'm already losing. I'm genuinely stunned. I there's the argument for Arvell Reese comes down to, you think he can do everything. And I get it. Like the biggest knock against Arvell Reese is just sample size as a pass rusher. He just hasn't done a whole lot. And he will flat out admit he never trained to do it either. So like you sit there and you go, I don't know if I trust him to do this. But at the same time, if you're the Jets or really any team, I feel like there's an incentive for you to go, let's take the swing. Because if we're right, he's just so much more. Arvell Reese is a really good run defender, whereas David Bailey is a phenomenal pass rusher, but has a lot more questions about run defense. Was bad on run defense at Stanford, got a little bit better at Texas Tech, but it's still a major question mark. Now, having said that, he does the thing that gets you paid. He rushes the passer at an extraordinarily high level. He was the best in the country. You want to look at David Bailey and go, this is why I'm drafting you. It's the playoff game where he played against Oregon and he almost single-handedly kept them in the football game. That offense was doing absolutely nothing. There were multiple times where he's just like, no, don't worry. I'll go get the football for you. Got it. Gave them the ball back and kept them in the game. It ultimately came up short, but David Bailey took that game over, like in a way where you sit there and go, I totally understand why a team would take him.
Yeah. And, the Jets, a lot of people leaned Reese because the Jets they want to be a multiple front, right? They want to mix and match a lot of stuff. And just a chess piece like Reese would be good. But I feel like David Bailey is the double and Reese is swinging for the fences. And I think the Jets did I don't want to say that it's wise, because you can look at it and be like, well, it's, no risk it, no biscuit. But at the end of the day, They got the number 1 edge rusher in the draft. They got a kid who's ready to go day one, and he's a damn good performer. It's tough to go against that.
Well, and I think it also shows you that teams take players and expect to develop them too. The one-sided nature of David Bailey is a little bit scary. The fact that if you're a team going up against the Jets this next year, you're probably going to scheme a lot of runs his direction. Yeah. Having said that, he can get better at that. But like you said, Pete, sacking the quarterback is what gets you paid. Making those plays in the backfield is what gets you paid, and creating that havoc and making life difficult on the other offense. And he's about as good as it gets in this draft at doing that.
Yeah.
So
that makes a really interesting decision for Arizona.
Sure does.
Yeah, it does.
It sure does. It went from not really interesting at all to, okay, now everything about the rest of the draft is interesting. Now the whole rest of the first round I'm interested in.
I just think, look, I thought David Bailey was going to be available at 6, and that was going to be the trade. Like somebody was going to come up for David Bailey. He's off the board. I think Arvell Reese is more appealing to more teams, honestly, for all the reasons I mentioned. I think there are teams that look at him and go, we'll take the swing. Now, Arizona can take him right here.
Yes.
And now it becomes, where does Jeremiah Love go? But that's the question. Like, so does Arizona say, we're going to take the running back and be like, he's really good? Arizona has a head coach where running back has been historically very important to him. Breece Hall was a big thing for LaFleur when he was the OC of the Jets. Does he sit there and go, yeah, we've got a pretty good running back. We signed the dude from Atlanta, the backup to Bijan Robinson, good player, but Jeremiah Love's a different deal. All the arguments we've heard, well, he's more than a running back. Okay, well, maybe that's the argument. But every spot that now these two guys move down is one more spot that it could potentially make a trade element interesting. Like if Arvell Reese is at 6, really interesting. Jeremiah Love at 6 is somebody that geared up to go get these guys because a lot of people look at the best players.
Well, and you would imagine now, you probably would imagine all the way throughout now, and I bet the Browns are going to be the same way. You would imagine these teams are going to take about all 8 minutes because I would imagine the phone's going off the hook. Yeah. With a lot of teams that maybe thought Arvell Reese was just a foregone conclusion to the Jets, now sitting there with Arizona, their phone's probably ringing off the hooks. And depending on what happens with Arizona, that'll be the same case for Tennessee and all the way through. So this 8-minute thing, what do you guys think of the 8-minute clock? This is, I mean, nobody likes the longest nights ever in the extended draft from a watching perspective. But imagine,
I don't like it rushed either.
I don't imagine being in the war room. This is a quick turnaround for these teams.
Well, I'm doing the same thing you're doing, Mike, which is this is my draft access. Other than this and Slack, I'm not taking anything else. So anything
right.
The picks, I'm coming in here. So it's like it's a fun pace. It's fast. Whereas I got to say I'm enjoying doing it this way. I got the Cavs on in the back, but like other than that, like I'm enjoying doing it this way.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good time. And I enjoy the 8-minute thing from a viewing perspective is great. The 8-minute thing from a what time am I going to bed tonight perspective is great. But I can only imagine being a GM. Like imagine being the Cardinals GM and you think just maybe you're assuming that whoever's going to go wherever you're going to go, and you got 8 minutes to try to figure out a trade or what you're going to do or what you're going to pick. It's
my early prediction. They're going to move the clock back again next year. and my reason is pretty simple. I think this thing's going to go fast enough where everybody's going to go, why are we not doing round 2 right now?
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean teams, I mean fans, I mean everybody.
Yeah.
Well, what was it? It was 07 was the first time that they divided into the 3 nights. I used to love the 2-day format. I was a psycho. Give me 10 hours a day.
Oh, God. Oh, here we go. Wow.
Jeremiah Love, Arizona Cardinals, 3rd overall.
There.
Wow.
I got that one right, but here we go. Wow. Arvell Reese sitting there. Like, really tantalizing to a whole lot of teams, I suspect. So is that the trade piece? Are we gonna be talking about this, or is Tennessee gonna grab? I can totally see them doing it. But if every team, every player that gets picked, all of a sudden somebody else is coming down the board. So I feel like this is working out pretty well for the Browns at this point. If you're trying to, the other thing they didn't do, which was thrown out there and I think more or less guessed, was them taking an offensive lineman. That is one hurdle cleared, and I could see a scenario where Arizona took Maui Noah was the one that was consistently projected to them, but like it might make you sweat a little that one of those guys was there first. At this point, maybe the Giants stun you, but if it feels like at this point the Browns are going to, if they stick at the pick or whatever, they're going to get first crack at the first tackle, first wide receiver if they want it.
Yeah, that certainly appears to be the case. Tennessee's going to be interesting now. I feel like everybody had loved the Tennessee for so long. Like, he's not getting past Tennessee. This is interesting. Look, Robert Saleh had Fred Warner in San Francisco. And I know that we all love Arvell Reese, but man, Sonny Styles is a damn good football player. And to put in the middle of that defense and have another guy like Fred Warner, who's big, fast, smart, instinctive, I could see them taking Sonny Styles over Arvell Reese just for system fit, just because Reese is such a tweener and such a kind of a chess piece. It's really interesting to see what direction they take here.
You could see a scenario where 4 Buckeyes go in a row right here.
Yeah.
You just go right down the list. Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, Carnell Tate.
Yep. Guys, question for you regarding Love, because I think one of the interesting things that I've just kind of, and again, I think he's a phenomenal player, but I think a lot of years when a running back is highly rated like this, like top 10 type player, you hear just so much talk of, oh my gosh, you can't take a running back in the top 10, like positional value, even if he's great, he's just running back in the top 10. And that maybe is from people that just talk too much, but I haven't really seen any of that with Jeremiah Love. So like even less so, I think Ashton Genty was a little bit like that even last year. Not many people were against it, but with Jeremiah Love, I haven't seen anybody saying, don't take Jeremiah Love in the top 10. So what makes this kid so special? Why is he better? Why is nobody saying positional value arguments against Jeremiah Love?
Well, the biggest thing is his ability in the passing. One, it's just, he has the ability to score from anywhere. That's such a huge appeal. But 2, he's really good in the passing game. So those 2 factors get you to think about maybe he can be Bijan Robinson, maybe he can be Marshall Faulk, maybe he can one of those that Jahmyr Gibbs, one of those type guys who's just instant offense, which is always appealing. The fundamental argument is unless you're the Browns, which was an insane idea, and I'm glad we don't have to deal with it. It comes down to, do you have the foundation in place to make it work? Do you have the people? Because running back, yes, taking a running back sounds great. Like, oh, this will fix all their ills. Great. Do you have the blocking in place? Well, not really. Then what are you doing? Like, you have your boxes you have to check now. So if you're Arizona, you're obviously, there's some part of you that maybe they'll go after Ty Simpson, maybe they'll wait till next year. But like Jeremiah Love now becomes a responsibility. They have now adopted the puppy. They have to now take care of the puppy by making sure to get all the stuff for him, namely blocking. So they've basically made a contract with themselves that we have to take care of this. Otherwise, we are wasting him, because you are on the clock now. He's getting paid a ton immediately. There is no easing into a rookie running back. The expectation is he's going to be one of the best running backs in football immediately. So you as an organization have to take this responsibility and go, we're going to make sure this works. We're going to take care of the offensive line. We're going to make sure he has blocking. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure that he's going to be successful.
And listen, I asked that question. I saw some comments go through about it's because he's really great. I know he's really great. I saw him in person. I was at the game where Texas A&M took down Notre Dame, and I saw what Jeremiah Love could do in that game. But I'm hosting a show. We got to talk about stuff. What are we talking about here? Don't be mad in the comments. We got to talk about the players. Let's see here. The Tennessee Titans pick is in, so they are making a pick. Joe must have just had a quick run here, so we'll see what the Tennessee pick is, but no trade there. So we'll see what Tennessee decided to do. But yeah, I mean, interesting fast, because so many questions about, I really felt like that third pick, Pete, was where a lot of question marks were. Arizona felt like such a wild card on what they were going to do. And so to see what they did, oh, well, I guess we know Tennessee's pick. Hold on. I guess they took Carnell Tate. I didn't even hit the music. There it is.
first real curveball. I mean, this is the biggest switch up. Now, this was a thing I thought was a real possibility early in the draft process. As we got closer, it seemed like it was less of a thing, but you got Cam Ward. Again, everything I just said about Arizona with the running back, apply that to Cam Ward and giving him the weapons to be successful. You have a receiving core made up of guys you overpaid or otherwise signed from weird contracts. Wow. Wendell Robinson, Calvin Ridley, Carnell Tate. Now you're not talking, even if it's a bunch of twos.
Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate, Ohio State University.
Joe, we did. You left, what? And we did it already. We did it already.
How far ahead are you guys?
I don't know. You must have fallen. I don't know if your internet died or something.
But here's the problem. We got it from I don't know what Barry's looking at. I saw it from chat and /Barry. I don't know what they're looking at relative to time.
I'm live on ESPN, boys. I am so sorry.
So anyway, but even if you think those guys are twos, if you got 3 or 4 of them, you can make an offense together. And I think Carnell Tate could be more than that. We'll see. You know, I know a lot of people would be disappointed from the Browns standpoint. They wanted him. Barry's probably crying as we speak.
Yeah, sorry, Barry.
But he's a good receiver. Not my preference, but he's a really good receiver. It was undeniable. Like I've said all along, I would have been very, very happy with Carnell Tate if the Browns took him.
Well, Carnell Tate is not going to be a Brown, and I think he was undervalued by a lot of people purely because he was not the number 1 wide receiver on Ohio State. But when Jeremiah Smith is the number 1 receiver on your team, there's quite a few NFL wide receivers that would not be the wide receiver 1 on that team ahead of Jeremiah Smith. And I just think he is. The way I think of Carnell Tate, I think he's just the perfect combination of everything you want in a wide receiver. He's fast, but he doesn't look like he's moving fast. He looks like he's always in control. It's what I wrote about him. He's physical, but he's agile. He is just a lot of what you want in a wide receiver. And he plays the game in a way that makes it look so easy. He makes it look so easy, and his route running is elite. So Tennessee gets a really good player, and they need a wide receiver. So it's a surprise, but as we're all sitting here, as Browns fans are sitting here screaming, get Shedeur Sanders weapons. Cam Ward is down there as the number 1 pick from last year. And I'm sure Tennessee fans are feeling pretty good about this, saying we got to get Cam Ward some weapons.
Yeah, I'm such a big fan of Carnell Tate. I feel like he's so safe. I feel like he's a ready-made pro starting wide receiver walking in day one. I think he does enough down the field athletically. He's big, or he's at least long. He can get stronger. I just think he's so safe. I see like poor man's Devontae Smith, but like a little more physical, maybe not quite as fast, but just like a really smooth, easy player.
All right, so boys, let's just take a pause here. Carnell Tate off the board. We've seen how this draft is gone. The Giants on the clock now. The pick is in, so they're making a pick. So talk to me about has anything changed in your heads? We were just talking minutes ago because of how fast this draft is going. We were just talking minutes ago about what we think the Browns are going to do and how we think they're going to approach it. Has anything changed in your heads based on what we've seen? Obviously, we know they're not taking Carnell Tate, so we know that.
So I will say this, not to leapfrog you here, Pete. I feel like this starts the wide receiver run early. So now, well, the pick might already been announced.
We're going to go
I'm
ahead
not even going to finish my thought because it was wrong.
We're going to go ahead and announce this because it's already happened. The Cleveland Browns, I don't know what the terms are yet. You guys can fill it in when they have, but they have traded out of the 6th pick. I actually love where they are going. They traded only back a few spots with the Kansas City Chiefs, who have moved up for number 6.
I love that.
Let's get these trade details in.
We got to see what the details are. But, Joe, this was the dream.
Let's go.
This was the dream. Give me 74. That's all I want.
Yeah, because
look, they got 40.
No. We'll see what the Chiefs. We'll see what the Chiefs gave up. But like, Fano, Mekhi Lemon.
Yes.
the Monroe Freeling.
We got details. The Browns trade pick number 6. The Chiefs give the Browns 9, 74, and 148.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. Success.
Let's go.
We got more than we expected. Now, here's my early prediction.
Pete. Go, Pete. He's shaking.
Here's the thing. 74 and 148 now become things you can move.
Yes.
Like, you're going to get caught up, and now the Browns have 11 picks. That's great. I don't think they're going to make 11 picks. I think they're going to
11
do something else. Move up to go get somebody they want. Trade for a veteran player. Joe and I have talked about the possibility if they bring in a quarterback during the draft. That's a possibility. But this is a really smart trade for them. Sonny Styles, I don't know if the Chiefs are going to take him, but Sonny Styles was the thing that everybody's sitting here. Here's the other thing. If somehow Sonny Styles is still sitting there at 9, the Browns will trade again. I guarantee it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I'll tell you, if whatever with the Giants, but I would assume Kansas City's moving up for Reuben Bain.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, they've
been rumored to be going after an edge.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
I feel like, especially with Spagnuolo and across from the Greek kid,
they could. I mean, it would be very strange for them to take Downs given what they've done in free agency, but they could do it just because he's that good.
Yeah.
Did we even it hasn't hit the TV yet, but this has happened now. So I think, should we just say what happened? I don't think we've talked about what happens with the Giants.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Just for now. Again, we're not going to try to get way ahead of picks, but here it is. Arvell Reese, the Giants went, sure. There's no way the Giants thought Arvell Reese was going to be there at 5. And it did not take them long. It was like 8 minutes. And I think it got down to like 6:56 and it said the pick is in. So once they saw Arvell Reese was there, the Giants are taking Arvell Reese. So
this is interesting for multiple reasons. One, the Giants may sit there and go, no, he's a linebacker. They may keep him there. They've got Abdul Carter. They've got Kayvon Thibodeau, who may get moved at some point this weekend. They've got Burns still.
Yep.
See what happens with him. They've got a lot of pass rushers. What they don't have is linebackers. What they need, the thinking was they were going to take somebody like Downs or Styles to fix that. They may just take Arvell Reese and have basically a very, very aggressively attacking defense, but leave him as a linebacker and just say, you're really good at this. Why are we going to mess it? You're going to mess with it. You're a world-class linebacker. But the fact that they have done this certainly might increase the likelihood that Kayvon Thibodeau is now out there. Is he somebody the Browns want? Maybe. I wouldn't think so. He's an interesting reclamation project, but that's the 2022 where the Giants had 5 and 7, ended up with Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, and has not gone well for them. So we'll see what happens, but that's really interesting on multiple fronts. But most importantly, Sonny Styles being there at 6, I thought was a lock to be traded. That was allegedly who Dallas wanted. So it sounds like maybe the Browns got that extra 5th-round pick to make sure that the Chiefs were the right team to price them into it. But if he's still sitting there, if the Chiefs aren't taking him, which I wouldn't think they are, is he going to still be at their 9 and then be traded? Are they going to trade again?
Yeah. Caleb Downs is available at 9.
Well, listen,
take him at that point.
If you got the ammo, Pete, I think you made such a great choice, a great point. It isn't. I don't know that it's about selecting players at 74 and 148, but you just accepted 74 and 148 to move down a few spots from 6 to 9.
Yep.
If you want to move up a few spots, if you want to get towards the back end of the first round, you now have much more ammo to do it, and that gives you an opportunity if Caleb Downs is there at 9 to say, you know what, we think he's the best player in the draft. We're going to take him, and then we still think we're going to get our tackle and our wide receiver. This is great. I was nervous, boys. I was nervous with the trade down talk. I was nervous that for some reason it was going to be like 6 to 23 or something like that, and my head was going to explode. But 6 to 9 and then picking up 2 extra picks. This is great. This is great.
I love it. The other part is they could do what they did last year and just say, we don't really like day 3. We want to go home early and just trade up and get more guys. Like, as much as they need players, they do need impact. They need the right guys. I love having multiple 3rd-round picks. I really like 3rd round in this draft.
Yep.
I get down to round 5 and 6, and look, I guarantee there will be players where I'm sitting there going, why is this guy still available? Why aren't the Browns drafting him? But like it worked out really well last year. So we'll see. Maybe they have the same mindset.
Well, that's my biggest struggle with the allotment of picks that we have. I don't see room for 11 rookies on this roster. We're already young. We got a ton of youth everywhere. I'm not looking to replace last year's 7th rounders with this year's 7th rounders. Like, that's just use the picks, package them, move up, and get the guys you've truly targeted and get impact in the areas that you need it. This isn't a throw as many names in the hat thing. We need specific things, and we need talent. We need impact.
Just a couple things. Adam Schefter sent out a tweet that said that even with the selection of Arvell Reese, the New York Giants do not intend to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. Again, that's what they say tonight. Doesn't mean they won't do it, but that's what they say tonight. I also want to just keep it going. Again, we're here covering the Browns and the NFL draft in the Draft Cave, but big sports night here in Cleveland as we got the Cleveland Cavaliers taking on the Toronto Raptors in Game 3. And the Raptors have a 31-25 lead at the end of the first. And Pete, you said you got it on. I got it on over here too. The Cavs played really terrible in the first, and the Raptors couldn't miss a shot, and the Cavs are only down 6, and I feel pretty good about that. Really nice spoiler that just came up. Really nice spoiler that happened on the screen right there. But we'll wait still. We'll wait. The Chiefs on the clock.
Good for us, man.
I mean, they could legitimately, we could be doing another trade. I mean, again, these teams that have been rumored to trade up, depending on who's on the board, I feel like Miami's was rumored to trade up all the way through. That is instantly something I'm looking at, guys, going, depending on who comes off the board these next couple picks, does Miami want to come up and get somebody and we move back another 2 spots and pick up another 3rd rounder?
I think Miami is more likely to move back. They just need so much stuff. But no, I mean, Miami's the threat to me at this point. They're the one that stand out to me as the team that could do something, that could take something off the board that the Browns want.
Okay.
Would move back again. So the Browns may just sit there at 9 and be like, yeah, we'll see. But I got a note to just stay tuned as far as a potential extra trade moving down again. We'll see. Look, I mean, the Cowboys were like the worst kept secret was they wanted Sonny Styles after a while, and Downs. Those were the 2 guys. They are both still available. If the Browns are there, they have every incentive to move down to 12. The other thing they could now do is, if with these extra picks, they may move down. They also may move up from 24.
Yeah.
And get another guy that they specifically want. They're finding themselves in that sort of sweet spot where, look, I understand the argument where everybody's sitting there going, man, take your guy at 6, take your guy at 6. But I think everybody really generally agreed that, like, being in the teens was about right to what the Browns wanted. If you wanted a tackle, if you wanted a receiver, it felt better to be in the teens than necessarily take that guy at 6. Like, if they take Monroe Freeling now, everybody's going to be like, yep, we got the extra 3rd round pick. We got our tackle, whatever it is. Whereas at 6, you're sort of like, I don't know. Or you take Arizona receiver Jordan Tyson. I'm still terrified of that, but like, at least you got more stuff. This was always the thing: get more stuff and still get your guy. Which nothing is stopping them from getting the guy that I want. The only thing they lost out on, if you're to this point, was Tate, which wasn't a thing because he was before. It's not like we traded down from 6. Tate went 7th, and you're sitting there going, why didn't we do the thing?
Yes. Yeah, it just kind of gives them a clear runway with very few repercussions to do what they want to do. All right, go ahead and hit the buzzer as they're doing it now. Only because it already hit the screen, so I'll let Barry put it up again. But the Kansas City Chiefs making their pick, and they traded up to get the pretty much consensus top corner in the draft, Mansour Delane, out of LSU. And so the Chiefs, I don't know, they must have thought somebody over these last
interesting move.
Yeah, they must have thought one of these next couple teams were really interested in Delane, so they gave up some draft capital to come up and get him.
Well, think of it this way. Jamad McCoy's injury situation, it makes him sort of dicey. If the doctors said, we don't like him, or they don't like any of the other guys, it's like a real fit, it may have been Mansour Delane or nobody.
Yeah.
So that may have been the impetus to say, we got to go get him. Look, they traded away their best corner this offseason.
They
let him walk.
And Jalen Watson was a free agent, right?
Yeah, so they are reloading the whole room. So I think there was a little extra pressure to say, like, we're not messing with this. Let's go get our guy. There's not a fallback option. And the Browns are like, yeah, bet.
Yeah. Look, he's really good. He's really, really good.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with this just because it seems like Kansas City doesn't want to pay corners. You know what I mean? They always seem to be doing this kind of, who was L'Jarius Sneed was the last one, right? Like anytime these guys are going to get paid, they kind of go back to the draft and reset. I'm surprised. I'm very, very surprised. This seems like a defense that's predicated on pressuring the quarterback, and obviously a player like Delane can give you a little more freedom to make that happen, especially with the way Spags likes to blitz. But that's a lot of capital to move up 3 spots for a corner after you just traded your best corner. That's just an interesting move.
I think an interesting note that I just saw that got sent to me. Marcus Mosher, who tweets about the NFL, said that the Dallas Cowboys are down to 2 primary targets, Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs. And so I think if you're the Browns and what we were just talking about at 9, and those guys currently still on the board.
Well, one of them
really interesting.
Probably won't be because if you listen to the pre-draft talk from Washington, there were 2 guys that they desperately wanted, Orville Reese and Sonny Styles, and one of them is still there. Washington has been drooling over this, and they're certainly not going to let Dallas have him. So that may be the best play here. Go get the big time impact player on defense, which isn't ideal, but in terms of the Browns, in terms of the possible trade down, but they're not taking a guy that impacts the Browns. They're not taking a receiver. They're not taking a tackle, and there's still an Ohio State guy there for the Browns to either take or trade. Because if Washington were to take Sonny Styles, now all of a sudden the Browns are on the clock and they've got all kinds of options.
We just sit back and wait to see. Again, this was another one where the pick got made, and then the Commanders came up and it said their clock came up and immediately just said the pick is in. So the Commanders knew fast what they wanted to do. So let's give it a minute and see as they do some interviews. But man, oh man. We're coming up on the Browns pick. Again, stick with us as we wait for the next situation to come up, as we wait for the Browns to go back on the clock or see whatever they're going to do. Remember, just stick with us. If we can get Jack Duffin in, he might have fallen asleep. That's okay. It's way ahead of time over there in London. But if we can get him in, we will. We got Park down there in Pittsburgh we'll be checking in with. We've got Fred that we'll be checking in with from Berea. And so lots of stuff going on. And again, we'll be with you all night tonight, all night tomorrow, and on Saturday during the day. So we love that you're here with us in the Draft Cave. And hopefully you're enjoying your time here as well. And again, please feel free to be a part of the show. We are monitoring the comments. I can see what's going on here. So if you got questions, if you want us to talk about something, put it in there and we'll do our best to get to it. All right. Pick is in. Joe, I'll let you hit the button whenever you see it. Oh, wait a minute. How far behind did you fall, Joe? Is he frozen? Joe, are you frozen? Shake your head if you're frozen. All right. Well, then I'm just going to do it. And then he's probably going to come back in and do it, but that's okay. All right. We know what the pick is for Washington, so let's hit it. One of those Dallas Cowboys targets is off the board to the division rival. Sonny Styles is a Washington Commander.
Love this for Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn is a really good defensive coordinator. I think Sonny Styles is obviously a really, really good linebacker, but for Dan Quinn, he's going to see all the different things he can do. He's going to use them all the different faculties in terms of his ability to play to blitz. He may do some slot responsibility, not necessarily play the slot, but he did do that at Ohio State. So you're going to find out Dan Quinn's going to use him in every way imaginable. He did it with Micah Parsons. It's not quite the same thing, but just he knows how to use players. He knows how to get the most out of these type of players. And, for Sonny Styles, he was the easiest athlete of all of them. We watch all these athletes skip stuff in the combine, and Sonny Styles is like, no problem. I'll do it all, and I'll do it better than everybody else, and I'll be fine. We'll just roll from there. Tremendous player at Ohio State. For guys who watched his team, how many times did they run a one-backer box? It was just like, Sonny, take care of it. And he's like, you got it. And just phenomenal, unbelievable tackler. I think he missed maybe one tackle all season.
Unbelievable.
But he was tremendous. Speed, size. He has everything you want. So, like, you know, if you're going to take a linebacker, and I'm glad the Browns aren't, the one to do it. But the challenge for Sonny Styles is he basically has to be Carson Wentz as a rookie. That's the expectation.
Yeah.
Fair, but that's how it goes when you're a linebacker taken in the top 10. You are expected to be defensive rookie of the year. You are expected to be in the conversation for Pro Bowl. If you are not being talked about as an all-pro, it's like a disappointing pick. It is so unfair, but also like natural that this is how it goes at that position.
Yeah, 100%. And he strikes me as a player. Like, I don't want this to come off as any sort of disrespect to Sonny Styles, because I think he was a phenomenal player at Ohio State on the best defense for a couple of years in a row in college football. And he was unbelievable. I've always thought of him as a guy that is just going to look better in the NFL than he looked in college. And I don't know a better way to describe it than that. But I think the way an NFL game goes, I think the flow of an NFL defense, I think Sonny Styles is built to be an NFL linebacker. And I think Washington just got, you know, Joe talked about it earlier. I think they just got an absolute hell of a player.
It's difficult to, like, I guarantee the guys in that room are just absolutely ecstatic. I don't know that they were confident that this was going to be the scenario for them, that Sonny Styles was going to be available. I think a lot of people were just convinced he was gone at 4 or 5. They are thrilled in Washington to be able to get Sonny Styles at 8.
Yeah. All right. So listen, here's what I want to do, Pete. You tell me if you disagree with this, but we know what the Saints pick is. It hasn't been announced yet, but I saw it. Somebody sent it. I saw what the Saints pick is. I saw it in the chat. And I'd like to just get talking about what we think the Browns are going to do. So I think let's talk about what the Saints pick is, and then let's talk about what we anticipate, or I don't know if anything's getting reported yet or not, but let's talk about that. So let's sorry, I took this from you, Joe, but I'm going to hit it here.
I think you should.
Because the second wide receiver is off the board in the top 10, and it's Jordan Tyson. Is a New Orleans Saint. He joins Chris Olave down there for the Saints. Pete is ecstatic.
Love this. Love it. I thought for sure.
He was so scared.
I was terrified. I was like, listen, on one hand, I was be like, my guy went 8. How can I argue? I'm happy for him, but I am thrilled. Look, Jordan Tyson is so good, but he terrifies you. Range of outcomes. It's the injury stuff. It's major knee injury. It's hamstring injury. It's being largely injured throughout the entire draft process and then just doing a workout. And like, nobody questions the talent. What scares the crap out of you is like, this guy goes out for like 1,000 yards as a rookie, and you're like, oh man, we're in such good shape. And then year 2, he does, gets hurt. And then you just do the cycle over and over and over again. And I hate that from a risk standpoint. Like, it would be another swing for the fences, which I find very difficult to take. It's never been a question of talent with him. It's just health.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Listen, if the health wasn't a thing, I think we're all sitting here talking about him as the number 1 wide receiver in this.
Wide receiver 1, no question. Yeah, I echo everything that Pete said. I think he's so good. I think he's so smooth in and out of his breaks. He's got. I just think he's such a good ball player. And I would have loved him in Cleveland, the connection with his brother playing for the Cavs. I just thought it was a cool story. But I'm with Pete, man. It scares the hell out of me. I was scared to not draft him and have him wind up in Baltimore or Pittsburgh and be a pain in our ass like twice a year. But hey, man, I got good for the kid. I hope he kills it in New Orleans.
I'm told that the Browns are talking to a couple teams with the pick. So we'll see where they end up. It's exactly who you think it would be. The two teams.
Yeah.
Teams you would think it would be.
Yeah, I know the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's Cowboys and the Rams who are interested in moving up. Both it could well be for the same player. Could absolutely be guys competing for downs, or something along those lines. So, look, I'm for it. I would love to know what the return is. If it's not significant enough, fine. I would take Mekhi Lemon here. I would be thrilled with Spencer Fano, but that's where I'm at. Those are the two guys where I absolutely leave it. I can absolutely defend Monroe Freeling as well because they got something before they made it. Those are all good picks.
Well, let's do that because now we're here. The Browns are on the clock. We know what's going on. So, Pete, Pete, you said you would take Lemon. Joe, what would you do here? Caleb Downs there too? Like, what are we doing here? What would you do?
I would probably trade again if we could get something decent. But if they just go with their guy, I would go Mekhi Lemon. But I just saw in the chat, people are leaking stuff in the chat.
Oh yeah, you know what? The Browns are on, so I turned the chat off, so I haven't really seen anything.
I moved on from the chat a while ago.
Well, and again, if you're just joining us, I know there's a lot of people in here. If you're whether it's on X or YouTube or Twitch, remember you can watch us all those places. But we said at the beginning that this night, round one, we're going to do our best to not tip picks, and we're not going to talk about them until we see them on TV. So if the Browns have made a pick and you've seen it, sweet. But we're trying to avoid that at this point. So, I don't know. The two wide receivers off the board scares me a little bit as to who's going to be available now. And is there going to be a run of wide receivers because our team's going to get nervous that their guy they want is not going to be there. That makes me a little nervous. So I might be leaning Lemon a little bit, but God, I've talked about Spencer Fano for so long.
It's really good.
I've talked about Spencer Fano for so long, and God, he fits such a need, and he's everything the Browns like, and I feel like that's where I would go. I don't know. If it's Lemon though, I'd be also.
It's always more fun to say receiver because let's say it's not a sexy pick, but damn it, it is absolutely needed, and he's a really good football player. He's a really good player, and we got an additional third and a fifth. I'm all in. I love it.
If you're asking me who's the most fun lineman, it's Spencer Fano. Like I get giddy watching this dude play football. He makes line play look so fun.
Can we talk about something? Can we talk about something though, really quick? Because it's been driving me nuts. I don't know that the majority of people know, and I'm not saying I know everything about how to talk about things, but how to talk about right tackles and left tackles. And Spencer Fano isn't a right tackle or a left tackle. The dude's a tackle.
Oh,
the guy is a tackle.
He's going to play left for me.
And I think he's going to play left in the NFL. But he moved to right tackle because they brought in Caleb Lomu, who is probably also going to go in the first round at some point. Yep. And Caleb Lomu is not versatile enough to move from left tackle to right tackle. And Spencer Fano said, yeah, I got it. And Spencer Fano gave up no sacks, and yet somehow was still a better run blocker than he was a pass blocker. There is not a single doubt in my brain that wherever he goes, he is going to be an extremely great left tackle. It does not matter that he played right tackle the last really year and a half, because he spent kind of half a year going back and forth.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. He's not a specified tackle. He's a point. Utah said he's a point of attack player. We want to go here. We put Spencer Fano here. Whether it's pulling him or just planting him there, we're running behind Spencer Fano, and he's going to carry us to where we're going to go. People can freak out about the arm length, whatever. It's 1/8 of an inch shorter. Like that, it's barely an error in measurement. He's not blocking people with his arms. He's blocking people with his feet. And he's going to get on people immediately. He's aggressive. Watch him.
God darn it!
Like the idea of watching this kid on the left side and go second level into a second level block. He's so easy to that. He is the key to explosive run plays because he's going to get right to a backer, cut them off, open up a lane. He can get outside in zone. He can pull. He's so good at hitting moving targets. He does everything I want. And like for what I think the Browns are going to be, a right-handed offense, you're always going to have Spencer Fano moving somewhere. You're always going to say pull, kick out something, zone. Screens are like a blast with this dude, and he does it with a smile on his face. Like I love watching like him at the NFL scouting combine where he comes up and he's talking to Stacey Dales. He's like so excited. I got 7-3 on the L drill. Like he's so excited. That's how he does everything. Like he's awesome in terms of energy, enthusiasm. Like I would take 7 of him if I could because he's so good at what he is. I'll put a couple of tight ends. I would make a package with Spencer Fano with tight end now. I would find a way to get this dude the ball because he's so athletic. It's just everything I want this team to do in terms of line play, in terms of aggression. Like, you want to make dreams come true, get this dude, and then go Keelan Rutledge, and we're going to run the ball.
I started laughing. My reaction there is not for any reason other than I've done my very best to not look. And then I saw we had a message in our Slack channel from our fearless leader, Barry, that told us what the Browns pick is. So I know what the Browns pick is, but I will save it. I will save it for all of you until we get there. The one place I thought was safe, and I went and looked. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Not mad. You guys keep talking.
Love this dude. If that's the pick, I'm absolutely elated. Like, I would have taken Makai Lemon without hesitation. But like, one, I don't know where Makai Lemon's going, and Joe will make this point. There's a possibility he could be like weirdly devalued by teams, and he's still sitting. The Browns go get him. Or the other scenario, these are the two guys I now want if that is the pick.
All right. Well, listen.
Casey Concepcion.
Yes. Barry, get the picture ready. Now I see the comments are all talking about it, so I don't think anybody's going to be mad at us. Barry, get the picture ready. I'm going to hit the draft because we know the Browns have made a pick, and I am ecstatic. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. So Spencer Fano. What's going to be interesting is where they ultimately decide to play him. I'm with Pete. I'm putting him on the left side. And look, I know the old Richie Incognito quote about, going from the left side to the right side and the difficulty of it. I think that rings true if you tell your left tackle that you have to play right tackle that Sunday, or the right tackle that you have to play left tackle that Sunday. You give an athletic kid like Fano a full off season, get comfortable with it, and I think it's going to be seamless.
He's done it.
Exactly. I mean, he hasn't for 2 years, but he's done it. That's all that matters.
And won't get
me the athletic profile to do it.
You won't get me the if they want to double down and take Max Ahanichor either. I will live that dream. I will do it. But like the backside cutoff, like his ability to you're going to run to the right. Spencer Fano at left tackle will get there and make an impact. Like, he's so good at this stuff. He will find linebackers. He will put people on the ground, and he will smile while he does it, and you will love every second of him. He is so good. He is everything you want as a human being. And you got a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick in the process. You crushed this. Andrew Berry, fantastic. Take a bow. I don't care about his arms. I care about the way this kid plays football. He's everything I want in lineman.
Gentlemen, here's the question. Not to immediately focus off of the pick, but at what point do you make a move up for Makai Lemon?
Now, tomorrow, like 1 second.
I'm just saying, let's cross off. You could probably. You've been talking with Dallas. All off season. I'm sure you've talked about a variety of scenarios. So maybe it's moving up from 24 to 20, or something along those lines. The extra 3rd, like you nailed it, Pete. It's more ammo. It's more ammo to get your guys.
Yes,
and if you think about it, you would have been Pete. You would have been good taking Makai Lemon at 6, right?
Oh, without question.
So, I'm sorry, you would have been good with Spencer Fano at 6, right? So You move down to 9. You get the guy that you would have been good with, and then you use the picks that you got to move back up and get Makai.
I mean, you could. You absolutely could. Look, the question is, how do the Browns really feel about wide receiver? Is it a 2-man field, or do they have an extra guy there? Because we're, since Andrew Berry apparently listens to me now and Mike, if they're sitting there going, we love Makai Lemon and we love Casey Concepcion, is it a situation where one of those guys goes off the board? They're like, we're getting on the phone, we're getting the other one, or is the field bigger for them? Are they an Omar Cooper team? Like one of the teams that theoretically is in the way of the Browns picking is the Jets. And everybody assumes that the Jets are taking Omar Cooper at 16, which would make me very happy. I'm not as interested in him. But then you got to figure out who else is in the cards to take him. These guys. But you crushed it. You absolutely crushed it. Let's go ahead and get Jack in here.
I am so flipping excited. Yeah, let's get Jack in here. Hold on, let me add him in. Hey, Jack Duffin from across the pond. What's up, buddy? Jack Duffin joins, and Spencer Fano is a Cleveland Brown. How we feeling, Jack?
Yeah, I overslept, so that is why I've not been here. I've
Good
literally
morning.
Good morning.
woken up for the pick at 2 a.m. So yeah, the alarm went off about an hour and 45 ago. Did not get up for that, so feel a bit tired. But yeah, Spencer Fano, it was in my mock draft yesterday, so no surprise there. Locked that in. What was the trade back? That'd be
Oh, so
interesting.
they traded. You haven't seen it. You've been sleeping. They traded.
I know
six,
we went back.
They traded 6 for 9, 74, and 148.
Nice. Hey,
Yeah, 3rd to 5th.
they'd have probably taken Spencer Fano at 6 if they couldn't have gone back. So that's a win.
That's reasonable to assume based on how the board played out. I don't know if that's 100%. Maybe they would have taken one of the defensive guys if it was that good. They just said that guy's too good, but they apparently got a deal good enough. But look, attack one off the board. Clearly, they're number one.
Oh, we got the
Giants
next.
just took Francis Mauigoa.
Oh,
Great.
so we got now we're going to see the run on tackles. Well, they needed that. That seemed real obvious. But for how good do you feel if you're a Giants fan right now?
That's a pretty damn good first round.
Arvell Reese and Francis Mauigoa off the board to the Giants. That is a rock solid first round. Boys, let's go back to Spencer Fano because I just keep seeing, and I think it's a byproduct of the fact that he went left tackle, right tackle, and people just cannot wrap their minds around it. I cannot wait for Browns fans to see the first time they chuck a screen pass to Dylan Sampson on Spencer Fano's side of the field, and they see how fast Spencer Fano is out there crushing dudes in the second and third level, out in front of an outside run or a screen pass. Like this guy opens up the world for the Browns. He is unbelievable.
Quinshon Judkins has to be absolutely ecstatic right now, just absolutely ecstatic because this guy's going to make explosive runs. That's what he does.
Dallas just moved up with Miami. Dallas is sitting in 11 right now. What's interesting though is they're still at 12 on the ESPN.
No, don't do it. Don't do the thing. They're the worst 60 seconds of my life, or I should say the greatest 60 seconds to the worst was when the Browns momentarily had 6th pick and 7th pick, only to find out that we traded from 7 to 6 and gave up our 2nd round pick to do it.
Yes.
Yep.
I feel like
was a hell of a year.
I feel like Dallas coming up to 11 is only for one thing.
It's got to be Caleb, right?
It's got to be Caleb.
Yeah, you got to assume it's for Downs. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. But I mean, and again, you're sitting there and you're the Browns. You took your tackle. You can sit here and go, okay, take tackles off the board. Just leave the receivers there, and let's see where the chips fall. But now we've got to figure out the threat. The Rams are theoretically a threat because they can do anything.
Yes.
The Ravens, what are they going to do? Like, are they going to take alignment? Hopefully. The Steelers and the Eagles stand out as two teams that are wild cards in that area. So my suspicion would be they're going to use one of those, potentially that 3rd round pick, to do something. But I would love to keep 70 and 74, but I don't think Andrew Berry wants to sit on his hands. I think he wants to get his guys.
All right, Jack. So let's bring Jack back in. I think we've given him about 5 minutes to wake up a little bit more. What was hold on, wait a minute. We got to go back. I'm going to throw it back a couple of years. What was the beverage of choice a couple of years ago? Was it some kind of cordial?
So it's usually a cider, which I don't know what the word would be, but cordial, squash. That's
what you called it. It was a squash cordial.
It's booze, but it's very fruity. So it tastes like you're drinking almost Kool-Aid. It's probably a good comp, but it's alcoholic. It's great stuff.
We need you to go grab one of those out of the fridge and jump in and wake yourself up. So now that you've had a couple minutes to wake up, jump in on what you think this means and just from a perspective of adding the left tackle and knowing what they've done across the offensive line, your input on just a little deeper into what this means for the Browns.
Yeah, it looks like Todd Monken's already come out and said he's playing left tackle, which is interesting. So just
yes, no, hanging around. Correct. The word is correct.
So it's one that these things usually traditionally, if you're Kevin Stefanski would be like, yeah, we'll tell you in week 1 who's going to play left tackle. It's like, boom, no, this is what we're doing, and put that straight to bed. So it's a fresh change. But no, I think it's a really, really good move. The trouble is you just cannot play around with your left tackle. While you shouldn't draft for need, you need a left tackle and you need a wide receiver. This is the draft to do it. It's not one where we're going, actually, we need a tight end and we're forcing it a higher pick. The needs are matching, so there's an element of luck there that's definitely playing in their favor.
And I think, everybody talks about the need versus the best player available, but lost in the nuance of that conversation is, oh my God, Jack, don't shake the Coke before you open it. You're going to get it everywhere. Lost in that conversation is the nuance of, let's take this pick for the Browns. They might have loved Caleb Downs, and they might have equally loved Spencer Fano. And so what do you do in that situation? You take Spencer Fano because you need him more. Yeah. And so it's best player available and need that mesh to make a pick like this.
And only one of those positions is worth a first-round pick. Let's not mess around. Caleb Downs could... Kyle Pitts, because I was looking back when actually, I wish there was a higher talent level, the Penei Sewell, the Jamar Chase debate of like, do you take the left tackle? Do you take the wide receiver? And then sat amongst that were people from all the top draft experts going, oh, Kyle Pitts, generational tight end. And it's one that just comes up every year. And lo and behold, you take the generational talent at a lower positional value. The chances of that hitting at the level you need, they've got to overperform expectation for a tight end, for a safety. That puts undue pressure on a pick, and it's then so much more likely to deliver. You could be above average at left tackle. You could be above average at wide receiver. You're going to pay that value. You have to be Hall of Fame at tight end. You have to be Hall of Fame at safety. And the chances of hitting a Hall of Fame player, I'd rather not be betting on that as like it has to be Hall of Fame to hit value. Take the left tackle, take the wide receiver. I always say there's only 5 positions I'm taking in the first round.
The other thing that this answers was a question about, I think further answered the question people had was, what do they really want to do on the offensive line? Do they want big guys who move people off the ball? Yes, but they also want athletes. Like, there are a lot of people who are projecting the Browns to take somebody like Caden Proctor, and they may have liked Caden Proctor, or Francis Mount Owen, but like they want to get downhill and power people, or Vega Ione. They took an athletic tackle. Then Fano's powerful; he can get after it in the run game. But they want to move. They want to be able to pull. They want to run zone stuff. Yes, they want to be able to get downhill and put the fullback and do all that stuff. They want to do both. And in order to do that, type of offense, you've got to get the dudes who can do it, and those guys go quick. You don't get a lot of great, like supremely talented technicians late in the draft. They're usually either great athletes you've got to coach up, or technicians without a lot of athleticism. Fano has all the things.
And let's go back to the fact that, yes, they want to move. They want to get him out and get the ball behind him, swinging it out wide where defenders have to chase sideline to sideline. And he's so good at that. But I also want to just remind people, he gave up 0 sacks. He is a pass blocker as well. Oh, Joe hit it. Sorry.
Caleb Downs, 11th overall, Dallas Cowboys. Just like we thought.
He's a great player. Like, he's going to make the Cowboys defense better, and their defense was terrible, and they have to fix it. It makes all the sense in the world. Not only is he a fantastic player, by all accounts, he's a fantastic human being. Easy to root for. I think the biggest knock on Caleb Downs is he's too good, and he doesn't give teams chances to do dumb stuff for him to take advantage. Like, he takes away stuff too fast. He doesn't like mess with teams and make them think he's not going to do it and then do it. He just takes everything away. So as a result, there are plays that look routine because he made them routine as opposed to having to make the spectacular play. That's just how good he is. Phenomenal player for Ohio State. As somebody who grew up watching fantastic players at Ohio State and want safety at Ohio State and wanting them all, like, it was easy to like this kid, but like, I can't argue with in the one of the most important positions in football as opposed to this.
I do want to. We didn't really talk about this. To come up, Dallas gave up 2 5th-rounders, so they sent 2 5th-rounders to Miami to move up 1 spot. And I'd be remiss if I didn't throw this up there. Sorry, I'm blocking your face, Jack. But I've had a moment. I've had a moment with Dustin Murphy, and now we're friends. Mike has grown on me. And never thought he would say that he likes me. But Dustin, let's have a beer together. Love that, man. All right. So Caleb Downs, Dallas Cowboy. That just makes sense, doesn't it? It just feels right. I don't even like the Dallas Cowboys. I would like Caleb Downs on a team I like more, but this feels right. And I think he's going to go down there and be a stud. I think he's going to be a stud.
But the guy who's sort of slipping through the cracks, Ruben Bain, just hanging out.
Yes.
The arm thing mattered more than teams were willing to let on. You know, I'm waiting for him to end up in Baltimore and torture us forever, but nevertheless, he's up.
How would you even say that?
Well, because I don't have to say it.
Put that in the universe for it, Peter. Come on.
I just know the Ravens will take somebody I don't want them to have. That's how this works.
You're right.
Again, we'll be bringing more people in as the night goes on. I do want to just continue to give updates on other things, including big night here in Cleveland. The Cavaliers, what a second quarter they had. They have tied things. They were down by 10, and they've tied it up at the half. So 54-54, game 3 of the NBA playoffs. The Cavaliers and the Raptors tied at halftime, and momentum favors the Cavs in that one, and that's a beautiful thing. Elsewhere, here again, we always want to remind you, as we take a little break here before the next pick comes in, which I believe is it Miami?
Yep.
So we got to wait and see what Miami does. But I do want to remind you, if you haven't done it, go do it. Just while we have a minute, go over to theobr.com, hit subscribe, because even tonight and all throughout the draft, Pete and Barry, they're getting updates from Lane and Rumor Central. They're throwing it in there. We obviously have asked the insiders, which is not going to be super responsive at night here tonight because we're here doing this. You've got just the water cooler. You've got everywhere you can go, hang out with Browns fans, talk about the Browns. Get over to theobr.com, hit subscribe. As it was said in the comments before, best subscription out there. Make sure you go do it. All right. I did see the comment before, and I'll go look for it so I can pull it up to give credit for it, but it made me laugh. Watch the Ravens are going to wind up with Ruben Bain, and that will be mildly annoying. That will be, here it is right here.
I'd rather that than Lemon. I'll just say that straight up. Take Bain, don't take Lemon.
Can't they just suck at a draft one time?
Yeah, I got to tell you, Pete, Lamar is going to do mean things to us regardless. I would rather not have Ruben Bain just destroy our face. That's just me.
Listen, you get to have Ruben Bain and Spencer Fano slap fight each other with tiny little arms.
That's not fair at all. It's a battle of the T-Rexes.
The T-Rexes. All right, so we're waiting on Miami's pick. We will see what comes through there. Oh, there we go. We got it.
Caden Proctor.
Whoa.
Alabama goes to Miami.
Well, This is it. I mean, once Fano comes off, then Mauingoa, we thought there was going to be a run on tackles.
Yep.
Throughout this middle part of the first round, and here it goes. Caden Proctor off the board.
Here it goes.
Look, phenomenal athlete. At 360 pounds, this guy broad jumped 9'1". That's absurd. Just genuinely absurd. Now, the problem with Caden Proctor is he played this season starting at like 390 and then worked his way down and got better. But like Nick Saban did an interview. We're talking about Caden Proctor not being a self-starter, Caden Proctor not being great outside the building. Like, these are things that scare the hell out of me. He's the opposite of Spencer Fano. I don't want guys that need to be sort of monitored and watched.
Yeah.
I want guys who are just ready to get up and go. That's Spencer Fano. So, look, in 3 years, would it stun me if Caden Proctor is the best tackle in the draft? Absolutely not. He's so big. He's so strong. He could be great. In 3 years, would it shock me if he's the worst tackle in the draft? No. Because he's 360 and the weight and all this other stuff. And if he's not super motivated, that could come back to haunt him. but the talent is off the charts. Again, it's the same thing with Jordan Tyson for me. It was a very big swing. Range of outcomes were super wide, which makes me nervous. Could be great, but a lot of risk.
I do want to say with Proctor, because I was all over the map with him in the evaluation process, but I think here in Cleveland, we have, and I said this on Inside the Browns beat with Fred Greetham last night, I think we have PTSD from Jed Wills with Alabama tackles. And I think we have a little PTSD with DeJuan Jones and a guy this big and the shape. But he got measured out when he was 366. He's what, 6'8", 366 at 24% body fat, which is stunning. This is not some he's got to control his weight. And I think there's a conversation to be had on playing weight versus obesity. Yeah. This is not a guy that is fat, overweight, out of shape kind of guy. No, he's big, but he is an insane amount of lean muscle. I think Caden Proctor is much better than a lot of people here tend to talk about, and maybe it's because of that other PTSD we have.
I think he also graduated in 3 years. He's no dummy either. He's just apparently a different dude.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just saying, he's such a big, powerful, athletic kid. I mean, they're showing his highlights. They threw a bubble screen to him that he almost scored on. He's a unique athlete and a unique type of player. And like Pete said, he's a really smart kid. And I get the concerns about his weight and, what happens once he gets a little money. Is he going to still be, whatever? At the end of the day, I feel like these are all kids. And the older, it's natural progression. You can't take the human element out of it. You get out of college, you get money, you put yourself on a diet. I mean, everything becomes at a professional level. I feel like he's going to be just fine. I really like him as a prospect.
Well, the upside version is Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis had weight problems at Georgia as a nose tackle. Everybody went, oh man, he's getting himself out of the league. He's been great. He bought in with a dietitian and he's on the second contract. A really, really good player, and you can't teach size. I mean, it's a planet theory. You have to go around. You have to circumnavigate, get in your boat, and get around Caden Proctor and pass protect. That's a difficult thing to deal with. So, the talent's there. Now it's a question of, is Miami right about the kid, and does Miami have the people to motivate him? And the fact that he's going to Miami, on top of the things we're talking about, may or may not be great for him.
Well, we'll find out. But again, Miami, a team that trying to reset themselves. They make the trade. Malik Willis is going to be their quarterback. Jalen Waddle does not exist there anymore. So they've really kind of flipped things around, but they view Proctor as a guy they can build around. And I think it's interesting. We went through this whole draft scenario and all the mock drafts and all that. And I think Spencer Fano from day one, along with Francis Mauigoa, were the two guys that were the top two picks, and they wind up being the top two tackles taken in the draft. But then it just was a constant rotation of the two guys that are developmental that haven't played a lot in Monroe Freeling and Max Hennichor. And then you get somebody's going to draft Caleb Lomu at some point and get a really good tackle.
Could be us.
Yeah, could be us. Yeah, but they're going to get a really good tackle in Lomu. And then you talk about guys like Proctor, and we didn't know what was going to come next in that group, and it turns out to be Caden Proctor that comes off the board first behind the top two guys.
Well, I think my mock draft has 2 picks right, and they were 1 and 3, so that's about how this has gone in terms of expectation. I did have the Ravens taking Spencer Fano, so I'm happy I'm wrong about that one.
This is. Yeah, it's there's not going to be a lot of absolutely correct mock drafts out there. And that is kind of fun. That's kind of fun. That's the way we like it.
It's also just every year the confidence with which these people talk about, oh, I know, the Browns. Obviously, we saw that with the Browns with Shedeur Sanders famously, but I'm talking about the people who are paid to know more. They are so wrong.
Yeah, I know.
I know for a fact, and this, that, it's great. There comes a point where you just turn your brain off and you're just I trust what I see in terms of the work I've done, and we're going to roll with it and see what happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting for me right now. Mekhi Lemon, Ruben Bain, where do those guys go? I think those are two rock stars. Kenyon Sadiq is another one. I really like Kenyon Sadiq. Where does he wind up going?
I mean, the more Mekhi Lemon falls, the more I'm sitting here going, hey, you just picked up an extra third and a fifth. Like, let's make some things happen. Let's make some things happen.
Yep.
Well, the other thing to keep an eye on, which I think is going to matter to the Browns, is the fact that Caleb Downs went 11th. And we could turn around and Dylan Thieneman is picked like immediately. But if Downs going 11th pushes safeties down, the Browns like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Is there a world where he slides down and they go up, at the end of the first round, the Browns are like, we'll go up and grab him. Or is Dylan Thieneman in conversations for them? Like, these are players that, like, a lot of people were like, all three safeties are going to be gone by like 18 or 24 or somewhere in that range. Does this push that group down? Because we do this every year. It's one of those positions we always overrate. Safeties are going to go super high, and then we actually get there, and they never go as early as we think, as Jack will point out, because they have to be great to justify the position, the selection. It's really tough to do that. So who's waiting?
I don't even know who's picking at this point.
The Rams.
All right.
If it's who I think it is.
You hit the button.
Yeah, because I thought it was going to be on. I mean, I know what it is, but
say it. Just go ahead and say it. It's fine.
It's glorious.
Ty Simpson.
Oh, damn.
Not us.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, absolutely not us. This makes me
God. Not us.
Wow.
That's the 2027 Draft Cave shirt. Barry, I hope you're listening. Draft Cave shirt 2027. Absolutely not us.
Wow.
God, hey, listen, to be honest, this makes
I love that for him.
Well, this makes a boatload of sense. You still got Matt Stafford at the end of his career, but that time is coming up. If you think this is a kid, he did not play a ton, and there were times that he looked like a first-round quarterback. And if you think he is a guy that you can develop and put behind Matt Stafford for a year or two and let him and pull the Green Bay thing off and let him develop, it makes a ton of sense for him. It makes a ton of sense for the Rams. This makes a lot of sense whether you like Ty Simpson or not.
I didn't want to draft Ty Simpson, but I will say this. He's a lot of fun to watch. Like, he's just fun because he will throw it. He will just throw the ball around. He will make, like, they are very different people, but they play a similar style. He throws the ball around a lot like Baker Mayfield does, where you're just like ping, 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 ping. And when it's working, it's awesome. And then he gets nicked up and it's not so fun anymore. And you're sitting there going, what the hell happened? But like the biggest thing I can say for Ty Simpson is their running game was so bad. He had to be the offense the whole time.
Yes.
So when you have no running game and you're playing defenses like Oklahoma who are just teeing off on you because they do not respect you at all, and you're still making throws, like, it's at least interesting. Again, I'm a big believer in I want guys who've played way more football than he has. 15 starts is a very limited sample size. The Rams are in a position where they can sit him and develop him and do the things that the Browns probably can't.
No.
One small thing I don't like about this move is it means Arizona can't take him. And Arizona not taking him potentially rules out the possibility of the Browns, and I'm not saying it can't happen, but there was a small possibility the Browns could just go grab Jacoby Brissett and make that the quarterback and suddenly be an adult team, that position. And then if they add a bunch of nice pieces and Jacoby Brissett, who played at times really well last year, you could be interesting. Now, without that seems a lot less likely unless, the Cardinals absolutely love Garrett Nussmeier, but it seems like this more likely puts Cardinals into next year's draft. But that's the other element. Now, 2 quarterbacks won the top 13, which is a huge upset. How long is it before we see another quarterback picked?
Well, guys, I can't even begin to explain the shock when the reports started coming out about Carson Beck and how there are people that think he's certainly going to go in the second round, but potentially the first. And I don't know what's happening there. But please don't let that be a thing. Please don't let that be a thing.
The thing is, he had this UCL injury, and his arm strength was just destroyed.
It's destroyed.
And look, if you do the thing that a lot of fans do and the Ohio State scout, can you think of a pass he made in that game where you're going, can you think of a pass? Everything he did was with his legs.
Yep.
So you're like, he threw for like 138 yards on 19 completions against Ohio State. Like, this was not big time quarterback play. He didn't screw up great, but it's like the Colt McCoy, not college Colt McCoy, was way better, but like NFL Colt McCoy, and like you're not breaking. Like, he played the game the Browns have gotten out of quarterbacks for the past 2 years of 138 yards and nothing. Like, it just does nothing for me. I don't care that Todd Monken has a relationship with. He knows everybody.
Yep.
Right.
He recruited everybody who was good at Georgia, so he has a relationship with all these guys. And you know what he should look at and see when he sees Carson Beck? He stinks.
Just a couple quick things, Joe. Sorry, I got to call you out on this, but you hit the button real fast before, and you got called out in the comments for premature button ejection, and they make a pill for that. So
that's
you're gonna have to talk to your doctor
with me. That's all right though. We're gonna
have
bounce
to
back.
talk to your doctor.
Okay.
I did also see that this was reported, and this was a big question in ATI over the past couple days about top 30 visits. It was never reported that Spencer Fano was in Cleveland for a top 30 visit, but now we are finding out that he was, in fact, in Cleveland for a top 30 visit. So the Browns did host Spencer Fano for a top 30. And now it makes a ton of sense why they didn't tell anybody they did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the beautiful thing is when you find guys who have like no social media presence, because most guys like immediately do the thing where they take the screenshot and location thing. And that's how those things get up. But Andrew Berry's not telling anybody that guys came in to visit. Of course not.
So going back a little bit and going back to Ty Simpson, you know, we talk about it all the time, especially with the quarterback position. Environment and situation is everything. Yep. And if you're going to get drafted to any football team in the NFL and you're going to sit for a year behind a veteran, you're going to sit behind Matt Stafford and you're going to learn from Sean McVay. And then you're going to step into that cockpit with Puka Nacua and, you know, Keelan Wood. The Baltimore pick is in.
Oh, you got it?
Vega Ioane to the Ravens. Damn good pick, damn good play.
Son of a bitch.
What's crazy is like, in terms of the experts, they are notoriously awful at predicting the Ravens picks historically. And they nailed this one. Like, this is the one they got right.
The Buccaneers pick is in immediate. Gotta think it's Reuben Bain. They need a pass rusher. It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, it's got, I mean, but go back to Ioane for Baltimore.
He's a beast.
Can anybody tell me why the draft is so damn easy for Baltimore every year? Every year the draft is easy for these guys. Like, this is just the easiest pick of all time. Yeah, like, my son could have made this pick, and he's never even heard of this guy. And he would have made this pick. It's a perfect pick for Baltimore. It's a perfect pick.
Well, they need linemen for starters, and Vega Ioane is probably the easiest to project. You know what he is. He's a guard. I question his movement, but like, he's fantastic pass protector. He's fantastic going downhill as a run blocker. Plug and play. You know exactly what he's going to. I mean, whether he's left or right, I guess they can figure out. He's been playing on the left side, but he's just an absolute stud for them. And, you know, I know there were some people who were like, well, what if he fell and the Browns would take? I don't know if it was a great fit for the Browns for all the reasons I talked about with like Fano and his movement skills, but he's a great fit for a whole lot of teams, and Baltimore certainly one of them.
Yeah. I think this is such a clean pick. You had a good number of analysts that came out and said, not only do I think he's the best lineman in the draft, he might be the safest pick in the entire draft. He's a plug and play guy from day one. It's a great pick for Baltimore. And it's just what they do. They every time they pick 14. Who was the last time? Kyle Hamilton. I'm so tired of them picking 14.
It's true. But again, they didn't take guys that I care about. Mekhi Lemon, Casey Concepcion.
Yes.
Guys still sitting there. You know, they could have taken a tackle. Not that the Browns necessarily needed that, but I'm not ruling it out. But that is something else that some of these other teams were probably going to pick. Like the team this might impact the most, well, two. Los Angeles Chargers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are two teams that it would have taken a while for him to get there. Obviously, they're picking at 21 and 22, but the Steelers have a left guard vacancy to fill, and the Chargers just have a left guard vacancy to fill because he's here. So those are two teams that make a lot of sense. Now, how do they pivot? Are they going to, I don't imagine the Chargers going to take a tackle. They've got two really good ones, but the Steelers might. So we'll see where that shakes out.
All right, guys, let's go back real quick because I'd be surprised if the Browns are done addressing the offensive line in this draft. But now we're talking about addressing guys down the road, guys that can step in later, guys maybe towards the middle rounds that are good interior offensive linemen. Again, you never know if Chase Besantis or something is there that they decide to go for it. But it really feels like the Spencer Fano pick puts a bow on the Browns offensive line and how they're addressing it for the upcoming year. So just you guys put a bow on it. Pete, Joe, Jack, you guys all put a bow on what's going to be a brand new offensive line for the Cleveland Browns.
I would say keep an eye out on center, because I genuinely believe there's part of them that would like to play Elgin Jenkins at left guard. So do not be shocked if in the second or third round a center is taken. I don't know enough about my centers. I don't trust myself to scout centers, so I'm not going to start telling you who that might be. But I would very much not be shocked to see them draft a center, because then they can put someone straight in there. You're moving Elgin Jenkins to left guard. You've got Tevin Jenkins. You've got Luke Whippler. You could even get later in the draft and they could go and add Drew Shelton in sort of the 5th round. That would put them in a position where you're talented now, you're prepared for the future, and you begin this transition, because while you add free agents, most free agents are gone after 2 years because you usually overpay for them. They're already slightly older, so transition needs to happen immediately. So it's one that I think we could easily see 1 or 2 more offensive line additions, center being the one where you naturally start.
I agree with you about the 2 offensive linemen, but I'm going in a different direction. I think, especially with Fano, Zion Johnson's going to play left guard. He is very athletic. I think that's the ideal setup, that they have 2 really athletic guys on the left side and more power guys on the right, not that they can't get a mobile guy. So they could take center, but I think if they do it, they'd put Jenkins at right guard. My preference would be to get right guard, because right guards are more difficult to get than centers. Centers are generally easier. And there are a lot of really good guards in this draft. Obviously, I love Keelan Rutledge. Chase Besantis would be great. You could wait a little bit and get a guy like Jalen Farmer or Jennings Dunker to step in. I agree with you, Jack, because one of the things, Luke Whippler's still not ready to go. Like that, and the Browns will say all the things and go, oh, yeah, he'll be fine. All this other, like that puts a little more of an urgency on them. Elgin Jenkins isn't ready to go yet. So the fact that their number one center in the one practice they've had was Green at this point, who, we'll see what happens. I agree with you that they could absolutely look to get center and do that. But I do think right guard would be the position I think Jenkins would move to. But my preference, if I was running the show, I'd get a right guard, keep Jenkins at center. Those are generally easier to get. And there's another position you can generally get in free agency at a reasonable rate. Guards are a little bit more expensive. We've seen a couple $100 million guards, $20 million guards. So if I'm going to pay one, I'd probably rather just keep paying centers and get French guys.
Tampa Bay selects Ruben Bain, defensive end, Miami.
There's a lot of teams in this middle of this first round that are just finding easy draft picks, aren't there?
Yeah.
Easy draft picks.
To piggyback off what Pete was saying, though, I agree with him. I feel like whether it's center or right guard, I definitely think they need to add somebody else to that pie. I would prefer center personally. I know if Pete prefers guard, I would love somebody with a little bit more of a stronger base and a little more punch at center to be the spearhead of this run offense, man. I hear so many people talking about, well, maybe Whippler can be the guy. I have no interest in that. I want a little more toughness, a little more physicality to be the focal point at center. I'm tired of Pittsburgh and soon to be Cincinnati now with Dexter Lawrence, and Baltimore with the brutes that they've had inside over the years. I'm tired of it, man. I want to win that battle. I want to win that boxing match at the line of scrimmage every single time. I would love to see them get, and we talk about Keelan Rutledge. Pete and I love Keelan Rutledge. I would take that kid at right guard in a heartbeat. I would take him at center just as fast. I love that fit. I love his athleticism, his punch, all that stuff.
Yeah, well, I put him at guard because he can pull like a demon. So, again, clearly the Browns are prioritizing guys. Zion Johnson's the guy who can move. Really athletic. Spencer Fano, really athletic. So I would love them to get a guard that is also really athletic and just let Jenkins stay at center. But I still want a center as well. For all the reasons you said. Look, I wish Whippler all the best. He's not ready to go. That scares me. In addition to the fact he has not been good enough yet. So and this is a new coaching staff. They didn't know attachment to him. So, these are all reasons where I would sit there. But Sadiq, who took him?
Oh, well, hold on. Hit the button, Joe, because Pete's talking about it.
The Jets take Kenyon Sadiq at 16th overall. Is this a surprise after they took Mason Taylor in the second round last year? It is for me. That's an interesting pick.
No, because they just created the dynamic that all the teams are creating. Mason Taylor can play in line.
Yep.
And now Kenyon Sadiq plays the space tight end, the move tight end.
Harold Fannin.
Yes. And the other reason this makes sense is if you're the Jets, Aaron Glenn is trying to win football games. The GM is probably I'll get better, but maybe we'll take some guys who are going to take a second. Kenyon Sadiq might take a second. They get one of the youngest players in the draft. They get one of the biggest swings in terms of athleticism in the draft. So for them, they can get a really big piece, and maybe he's going to develop into a great player and still stay bad in a way that's going to sort of benefit the future for all the picks they have. And again, it's another pick where Kenyon Sadiq was a huge wild card. So many people thought the Jets were going to take Omar Cooper. That means he's still on the board. That means Mekhi Lemon's still on the board. That means Casey Concepcion is still on the board. I would take Kenyon Sadiq. I've said that. I know there are a lot of people who are like, "Oh, the Browns should take him," and I would tell you Harold Fannin is a better prospect than Sadiq.
I was just going to ask you that, because that was my thought through. I think Kenyon Sadiq's a good player. I think he's going to make some really fun plays for the Jets. I feel like if Harold Fannin played at Oregon, he would be talked about as a higher prospect than Kenyon Sadiq.
That's part of it, but you're picking at two opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yes.
Harold Fannon's story wasn't he's a really good athlete. We found out he had a really good 3-cone, but it was I just produced at a historic level at a small. I'm one of the most prolific tight ends in history. You cannot deny me. Kenyon Sadiq is at the exact opposite, where his production was basically nil. In terms of first round tight ends, he has less production on a per game basis than OJ Howard did.
Yeah.
Coming out of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, tight end, this is why, people are like, well, moving to receiver. Tight end historically is one of the positions where athleticism can win out. We've seen it. Obviously, Antonio Gates, Hall of Fame, didn't even play college. But we've seen guys with very little production who are great athletes at tight end turn into some really good careers. So you can get away with it. But if you're asking me, I'm going to bet on production over just raw athletic ability. I get it. But Harold Fannin was just otherworldly productive and then also happened to be really good at it.
All right, so let's check back in, and Jack, jump in when you want to, but let's check back in on we're now getting to a point where you've added draft capital. Mekhi Lemon is on the board, and we're getting towards the end of the teens here in the draft. At what point do the Browns start getting a little maybe itchy and saying, we're going to go get this wide receiver?
Can I just jump on something Spencer Fano related first?
Of course you can.
So despite moving back 3 picks, and I was just looking at them now for a piece because an article's out there on what Spencer Fano means for the 2026 tackle room. I'm sat here producing articles as well as listening to you beautiful three people. 9.8 million was saved just by moving back 3 spots. That's how quick the drop-off starts hitting in the draft. So obviously that money is across all 4 years, but that's still a significant saving. That it's an extra 2.5 million that they can spend on free agents or extensions this year and each of those 4 years. So it's one that is a decent amount of saving. I was shocked. I was like, it'll only be a couple of million. It's barely worth mentioning, but it's actually 9.8. So a decent chunk of money saved there.
There you go. Thank you, Jack. All right, guys, back to the other question. First of all, that's an awesome point, Jack, and thank you for dropping that in. 3 spots back, you still get your guy, and you save $10 million. That's pretty nice. Back to the other question.
You know who's not excited about that? Spencer Fano.
Spencer Fano. It's not his favorite thing, but he's getting paid.
So happy you got to save that money on me.
He's getting paid.
You guys couldn't take me at 6?
Yeah, right. I was there. You could have just taken me. Yeah, I could have used an extra $10 million. So go back to the question though. At what point do we feel like the Browns get a little itchy to come up and get a guy like Mekhi Lemon?
Right now,
I feel like not there yet.
You're not there yet, really.
No, we're at what? We're at 17.
Yeah,
I think we know what the Lions are going to do.
Yeah, and
who's a threat?
I think we know what I'm fairly sure
Carolina's a threat.
Carolina's the team.
I got to tell you though,
they need a tackle.
You got Xavier Legette. They really like Jalen Coker, and that's on top of Tet. I feel like Carolina could go in a lot of directions, but it would make sense.
No, in fact, they may just dump Legette if they can get a dude that they really like. It's been bad. But to your point, Jalen Coker, this is the argument. Tetro McMillan, Jalen Coker, and now you add Mekhi Lemon or Casey Concepcion to that. Now with Young, as you try to make this thing work, and all of a sudden you're cooking. But Detroit, I might get this right. If they take Monroe Freeling, that was they need a tackle. That seems to make sense. And then Minnesota's the one. I could see Minnesota being a team you talk to. A lot of people have put them at safety. Maybe they take Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But after that, then it's Dallas again. So it really just depends. The question is Andrew Berry risk it and say, if Carolina takes one of the receivers, we'll go get the other one.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of directions that all these teams can go, and I keep trying to look at stuff, and I keep getting picks tipped to me, and I don't want to react to it yet. But golly, it's going to be interesting to see. Look, Wiedemann still on the board is surprising. The way I see it, right? So Carolina can go wide receiver. Dallas probably isn't looking to go wide receiver, but with the uncertainty around George Pickens, maybe.
Right. Well, actually, hold on. Wait a minute. There was just breaking news on that. It just broke that George Pickens is in fact going to sign his franchise tag.
But until he does,
he
all time goes to paper.
Oh, did he?
If that happens, they cannot trade him.
Well, it was Schefter reported before the draft that he signed his franchise tag.
Maybe that just came
that's
through.
Why all this trade talk really took off, is because that was the one step that needs to happen in order for him to be dealt.
You're right. I'm sorry. I saw that before the draft. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But it's just like Kayvon Thibodeau. Schefter came out and said that the Giants aren't trading him tonight. Draft's 3 days long, dude, and nobody's giving up a 1 for Kayvon Thibodeau.
If you're asking me,
it's not going to happen.
If you're asking me who I think the Browns will trade with, if they're going to make a trade, I think it's Dallas. I think they can give Dallas the picks they just gave up to go get. They moved 2 5th-round picks to get Downs. The Browns could basically make them whole again.
Give them 2 5th-round picks.
Move up to 20, get ahead of Pittsburgh, get ahead of Philadelphia, and then get your boy.
Yeah.
Well, we will find out again. The draft just moving along. Right now on the screen, it says the Lions pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
And so, obviously with the Lions, they get rid of some offensive line players. So you would imagine with the Lions, offensive line was always going to be the play.
All right. We've got, I'm going to hop out so you can get Fred in here.
Let's do it. Go ahead. Let's bring in from Berea, who has been hanging out listening to the Cleveland Browns talk. Let's bring him in right now. Fred Greetham, our Browns beat reporter, and Fred, Spencer Fano is a Cleveland Brown. Let's talk about what you've heard out there in Berea about this pick.
Yeah, I just passed Andrew Berry in the hallway, and he was all smiles. I congratulated him, and he seemed to be ear to ear excited. Todd Monken came in, talked to us, and was very concise. He said they targeted him from the beginning, even before the trade, and feel like it was a great job to pick up 2 extra picks and still get the guy they were going to take at 6. And so we hear that all the time. You get who you want or who they wanted all along, but I kind of think they were going after. So we'll see. Fano he was hard to understand because they didn't have a great connection, but he talked about crying, how excited he was, how Joe Thomas was his hero and emulated. And so heard a lot of good things. And you're saying, boy, whether they're right or not on the offensive line overhaul, you can't say they didn't attack it. I mean, my goodness. They got now 4 guys that are starters that they brought in on purpose. And if Batonio were to come back, then you're completely set there. So, it's, Todd Monken, I don't know if you heard all the things. He said, no question, he's the left tackle. No ambiguity.
It's easy.
He's the left tackle. He said he wasn't concerned about 2 years playing right tackle. He just went over there because Lomu was better at left tackle.
Right.
And so they seem pretty excited, about it. We'll see. It's kind of what we talked about on the show, Mike. I think Fano was always talked about as being like the best tackle a year ago. Yep. And then you kind of get tired of talking about him and everybody else is being talked about. So we'll see.
Well, we have a pick in, Fred, so I just want to get to that real quick.
The Detroit Lions took Strongsville product.
Let's
Miller
go,
out of Clemson.
Let's go.
That's
exciting.
Yeah.
Good for Blake, and he goes to a team that I don't have to hate.
Well, and good for them because they're putting him at right tackle because they're swinging Penei Sewell over to left tackle to start the year now that Taylor Decker's moved on. It's a good move for Detroit, man. That should be a seamless transition for them.
So I came in a little late. Who are you guys talking about trying to seeing the other teams who you guys are talking about getting at 24?
Well, we got another pick.
Yeah, that was super quick. Sorry to jump in, Fred. The Minnesota Vikings take Florida defensive tackle Caleb Banks.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's a boomer bust right there. Because if his foot's okay, that dude's a mountain and a very impressive athlete. That's a really interesting pick.
Oh, hold on. We have a lot of stuff going on right now. We have those 2 picks. Jack, are you about to announce the next thing?
Harry Roseman is on the clock. The Eagles have traded up.
Well, this is stunning. The Eagles trade up with Dallas. So the Eagles trade into.
Did they trade into Dallas?
Yes.
Or Carolina?
Oh, do we have? Maybe we don't have Carolina's pick yet.
Well, Carolina. It says the pick is in on Carolina right now.
Oh, I thought it was Dallas's pick, but maybe they traded with Carolina.
Eagles are on at 20.
They're on at 20.
Oh, so they did trade with Dallas.
That is wild. So I don't even know.
I've got Carolinas if you want it.
No, let's wait. Let's wait on Carolinas real quick. But the Eagles came up. So, anyways, Fred, lots of motion going on. You said you ran into Andrew Berry in the hallway. You obviously heard him talk. Any inclination of they make the trade down to pick up the additional 3rd and 5th. Any inclination that they intend to use that as ammunition to maybe come up and get a guy if they want to?
No, I didn't talk. Andrew Berry didn't speak. I just walked by him in the hallway and small talk with him. He's walking by, just said congratulations and here, but he was smiling ear to ear. Monken was all business. He wanted to get in, get out, and get back up the room. No, there's not been any of that back and forth yet. I'm sure Barry will come down after the next move. But now, I mean, as you guys figured out, it's like they got to run on the 5th round. I mean, it's like 3 picks in a row or something, and those. So I would think you would try to do something with them. I don't know what you're going to do with all those picks, but save them for something.
Yeah.
So
I was just asking
I was just going to say, just so we know, the Eagles get 20 and a 7th round pick in exchange. Dallas gets 23, 114, and 137. So that was the trade for the Eagles to come up. I'm just really.
That's not that much, dude.
Maybe the Eagles go line or something. I'm really afraid at what this means for wide receiver. I'm very afraid of this.
Right now, you need to go get Mekhi Lemon. My goodness.
Well, you can if that's why the Eagles went up. So we'll see.
Of course.
We'll find out.
That's going to be interesting.
What else? What else going on out there in Berea, Fred? As far as just other things you're hearing, just the general take from what's going on there.
No, nothing real. Everybody's kind of running helter skelter. We're trying to get stories out. Listen to Fanu, listen to Monken, and just digest. So I just was trying to pop in here to catch up a little bit, but. Yeah, soon as they get close again, it starts getting crazy. But yeah, we're just kind of we just react. Nobody's really hearing anything from anybody, in the building. So it's just you can see guys running around, different things here and there. I'm sitting in the lobby looking up. I can see the front office.
Fred, what's the vibe with the reporters in Berea? Like, what's everybody saying? Is everybody pretty much on board with the trade? They like the pick? Generally positive vibes?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think in the time I've been covering the team, they very rarely, if ever, draft who you think they would. Now, I kind of covered myself a little. I did projection for the first 5 picks. And I had, if you took the wide receiver first, I had Tate and then a tackle. And I had, if you took the tackle, and I had Spencer Fano, and then take the wide receiver. So I don't know if they'll still do the wide receiver, but as far as I think a lot of us kind of felt like that was the way to go. You just didn't, everybody was thinking trade down. That happened, especially when you started seeing the wide receivers go off. If they were going to get Tate or they wanted to get Tyson, they weren't available. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of like to be determined what they do with the rest of it. But I still got to think you've got to, like you said, you had the reason I wanted them to get one of the 3 receivers at the top is because you didn't know what's going to be left at the back end. And if Lemon gets traded up for by somebody else, then you're kind of out of luck in my term. You're looking at the next wave of receivers.
Well, we got to pick in. What do we got, Joe?
Carolina Panthers took Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle out of Georgia.
Makes a ton of sense.
It does. But it's interesting because Ike Ekwonu was their left tackle, but he got a really bad injury at the end of the year. But they are the team that signed the left tackle from Green Bay, Rashad Walker.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes a little bit of sense because that was a 1-year prove it deal for him to kind of, build up his, value a little bit this year. And we've been saying all along, Monroe Freeling needs time. So that's going to give him the ability to kind of ease into that left tackle spot while you have Rashad Walker running it. Taylor Moton at right tackle, still a good player. It makes sense for Carolina. I got to tell you, I got all sorts of bad vibes about this Eagle pick, though.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, Fred, we're gonna let you go because obviously the Browns are going to be coming up here soon. So I'm sure you got to get back over there and get prepped for that. So we're going to let you go. We're going to get Pete back in here, and Fred, we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Fred Greetham from Berea, Pete Smith coming back in, Monroe Freeling on his way to Carolina in a pick that made more sense than you care to admit. And that's a great pick for them. Again, as a young team that experienced just a bit of as I hit my microphone over, a bit of success, just grabbing that extra offensive lineman to put out there to protect. They had a good running game last year. Who saw Rico Dowdle come in? Oh no.
Pete, you want to announce it?
Listen,
son of a bitch.
Yep.
The Keystone State can go to hell.
Can go straight to hell.
The Eagles took Mekhi Lemon. They traded up for him. Clearly, made a move to go get their guy. Gave up 2 4th-round picks in the deal, or a 5th-round pick or something to do it. To me, the best receiver in the draft. He is everything I want in football players. He super productive, tough as hell, breaks tackles, gets open,
never drops the ball.
I mean, the Iowa game alone is enough. Great hands, was outstanding, and to go to a team which obviously everybody has been assuming that the AJ is going to get traded. They've still got Devontae Smith. They've got Mekhi Lemon. They've got a lot of weapons. So this is the type of player you want. The only good news here is that Omar Cooper, if I'm not an Omar Cooper guy, but for people who like Omar Cooper, he's there. Now I'm sitting here going Casey Concepcion. Let's make it happen.
Yes.
That is Boston.
The only problem here's the only problem I have.
We were good at Concepcion. We can just stop there. We don't need to mention any other possibilities.
Well, that's how Boston's a possibility, Pete.
The only problem I have is that I think there were 3 guys in this draft that I think legitimately have a chance to be like the top guy on their team, true. I hate to say number 1 wide receiver because I think that's a fairly basic way of talking about it. But to be honest, I think Lemon has a chance to be a number 1 guy. I think Tate does, and I think Tyson does if he's healthy. And this next group of guys, I really like Omar Cooper. I really, I love Casey Concepcion. If they pick him, I'm about to go crazy. I love these other guys. I think this next group of guys is not that level. There is a drop off now after Mekhi Lemon to the next group of guys.
For me, there were three top end receivers in this group. You can make an argument for Denzel Boston, and that's with taking out Jordan Tyson because of the injury stuff. For me, it was Mekhi Lemon, followed by Cardinal Tate, followed by Casey Concepcion. But there's a drop off for me after those 3 guys. The Browns have the opportunity to get the third. Casey Concepcion is the other guy in this class I feel good about as a potential number 1 receiver, which is what I wanted to come out of this draft with. He has that kind of ability, and people can complain about the hands. I don't care. You know, his drop rate is similar to Zay Flowers, who's doing pretty good. Kick return. Had a ton of rushing production as a true running back for NC State before he went to Texas A&M. Goes to Texas A&M. Why? Because he wants to develop as a receiver and win. He wanted to learn how to be a real receiver. So he goes there and cooks every corner he faces. All the vaunted corners at Notre Dame, cooks them. Everybody he faced, he was outstanding. All he does is get open. And yes, there are some drops. You know what he also does? He scores touchdowns, 30 of them in 3 seasons. You know what the Browns need? Touchdown. And even if you want to make the argument that, okay, he drops balls. Think of it as a guy who hits a whole lot of home runs and strikes out more than you'd like. The Browns need the home runs. They need the guy who's going to put up points badly. I love Mekhi Lemon because I think he's a chain mover and can do all of the things. But Casey Concepcion's a instant offense. I can score from basically anywhere on the field. He is so dynamic with the ball in his hands, so fast. Just a terrific player.
Pete, let me just chime in real quick. You and I have talked all season about opening things up for Dylan Sampson and Quinshad Judkins. And a guy like Casey Concepcion, that's exactly what he does. You have to account for him every single second that he's on the field, man. And that type of big play speed and all that, that's going to open things up for everybody around him in the offense.
Absolutely. I mean, they need space. That was a huge element. I've looked it up. Of all the running backs who got a reasonable amount of carries last year, Quinshad Judkins was 3rd in the league in defenders in the box. That's insane for a rookie running back.
Yep.
They open it up. And look, yes, there's some Jerry Judy there in terms of range of outcomes. That's fine. You know what? I'll take another one of them. But I think Casey Concepcion is certainly more productive coming out of college. Jerry Judy did not have nearly the production. Casey Concepcion is another kid of all the kids, like even more than Mekhi Lemon. If you're asking me who are the 2 kids you want out of this draft for who they are as people, Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, they just seem to be fantastic human beings. Caleb Downs, I would throw in that mix as well. But those are 2 fantastic people, super young, all the things the Browns like.
I think for me, and you know, I'll go ballistic if they take Concepcion as an Aggie and add him into this. But the thing that he misses a little bit, that I think that true number 1 generally brings you, is a little bit of that physicality, go get it, contested catch kind of guy, and he's a guy you got to get the ball in space. And if you do, man, he's a home run hitter. And listen, that is what the Browns have missed. But it lacks a little bit of the, I like the number 1 guy to be able to do a lot of that different stuff, to be a home run hitter, but also to be a guy where you can say, oh my God, I'm running out of time to throw this football, so I'm just going to get it out there to this guy, and he's going to go up and make a catch. And there is a little bit of a lack of that in Casey Concepcion. I think you have to scheme him open. I think you have to run plays to get him open. But I will say, I think you made a great point, Pete. If they go that direction, which I certainly hope they do at this point, I think Zay Flowers is a pretty decent comp. And then I think you got Todd Monken, who just got done coaching him. And I think that is a pretty solid, comfortable place to be. So I'm just in fingers crossed mode. You got my favorite tackle in the draft. Go ahead and get this dude. Go ahead and get Casey.
Yep, absolutely.
Then the question becomes, here's the next question, guys. I was going to ask you this because there were conversations and rumors about trying to get back into the first round from the Cleveland Browns, and obviously they picked up ammunition. Let's say Casey Concepcion goes and falls to them at 24 and they take him. Do you see somebody valuable enough for them to say, we want to come up, we want to use a little bit more of this ammo, come up from 39 and get another player in this first round?
I'd be patient, but yeah, there are guys that I'd be sort of like very interested in, and you've got that little extra. I wouldn't want to give up the 3rd round picks at that point. I'd want to be looking at those fits and late day 3 picks. But yeah, like if Chase Basantis is sitting there, let's say Omar Cooper's still sitting there, and you just take both of them, and you're just like so that's right. If you get Casey Concepcion, certainly they will still have needs, but you did your homework. You did the stuff. You completed the assignment. Now you get to just have fun and go get talent. And at that point, there's a whole lot of talent sitting there. Just like, I want dudes. D'Angelo Pons could be sitting there, and you're just like, yep.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Forever. Oh, we got a pick. Oh God, I'm nervous.
Come on.
I'm nervous. No.
The Steelers took Max Ahanachour.
All right.
Yeah. I'm not happy about that either. My third rated tackle in the draft. Explosive power, just ferocious player with rare athleticism. My money, I would have given him MVP of the Senior Bowl because he just went out there and destroyed people and opened up running lanes. He's a project in terms of pass protection. He's got a lot of tools. He doesn't always know how to use them well, but he's gotten better and better and better for a kid from Nigeria, which also is bitter to me that the Steelers are coming to my neighborhood, taking my stuff. But
Jack, it's like a thunderstorm of typing. He's back. Oh, there he is.
So the fact of the matter is that, like, you're going to work with Ahanachour and hopefully he gets good. Great. But he can step in and play. And it would not shock me if the Steelers are like, yep, we're going to put him on the left side and just let him live there. And I think he's going to be a really good player. Obviously, the Steelers have a couple of things to contend with. They have Broderick Jones, who had spinal fusion surgery on his neck with a setback. That's a big question mark. They have Dylan Cook. So Dylan Cook could theoretically play if Ahanachour is not ready. But this kid's getting down the field pretty quick, and they are going to have a nasty offensive line. for the, which is going to be a problem. I mean, they've done the thing. They've gotten more protection for Aaron Rodgers, what they needed. They got more ferocity up front. They got good running backs to block for them. Like, this is the thing they needed to do.
Yeah, this is super disappointing. I really like Ihanator. They're a really good ball player. This is, I mean, but look at the North in general. Every single team in the North is going O-line. 2 tackles in Vega Ioane.
Yeah, and why? Well, one of the reasons is a man named Dexter Lawrence has entered but like you can't have enough guys. You need more physicality up front. You need all the things, and you cannot have enough linemen. And this division exposes you real quick. You've got to be able to, we'll see. There's been rumors about potentially a Steelers trading one of their pass rushers. You still got TJ Watt. You still got Herbig. You still got Highsmith right now. Presumably the Ravens are they've got Trey Hendrickson, but they may still want to do more. They're in a really good spot in terms of their ability to play the board here. So look, I mean, again, this is falling really well for the Browns. If they can come away with Concepcion, I love it. I'm going to be thrilled with that. And I can't get all the players I wanted, though. It would have been really nice to get a Honitor, somehow fall further. But it's a good setup for the Steelers. As much as I hate to admit it, I think the AFC North in general has done well so far, which is
great.
Well, how about just in general the run on tackles? I mean, offensive linemen in general. Like this has been fast and furious. Like we were hoping we at one point thought Ihanator might be a reach at 24. Remember that?
Yeah. But it certainly makes the Browns
at 39.
It makes the Browns look like they knew that was coming. They came out and got their guy.
It's always one that the teams have such a good feel for this. And they spend all this ridiculous time with mock draft simulators and all sorts talking about what they think other teams will do. And it just goes to show you've got 3 wide receivers on the consensus big board left and 1 tackle in the first round pick. So
hold on, we got to pick.
Thing. Yes, we do. The Los Angeles.
Oh, God, he froze again. The Chargers took Akeem Messidor.
That's a Jim Harbaugh pick if I've ever seen one.
Man. Messidor out of Miami.
I will just say this is what I immediately saw. But look at Slack when you get chased. This immediately was what I saw.
Oh no. No.
But Akeem Messidor is 25 years old and has a history of injuries. And it took forever. Took forever to develop. But look, you are betting for the Chargers. The Chargers are saying we are going to win right now. We are competing for the Super Bowl this year or in the very, 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 very near future, because you may not get 2 contracts on this guy. And if he's not good immediately, this pick is going to feel awful. But he was outstanding, granted, largely against children this year. But nevertheless, if not for the age component, there are people who will make the case that it was better, just technique and everything else, than Bane was. So I think it's a horrific use of your draft resources. I cannot hate this more for them, but I can understand the thought process, as deranged as it may be.
I agree with you, but at the same time, he is an ass kicker. I think I agree with what you say. The Chargers feel like we're going for it. We got Justin Herbert at a certain point in his career. We've got our offense at a certain point where it is. We're going for it. And I think for a team like that, Messidor makes sense. He's older, but man, he's really good. He's really good.
So I always question when you've got a physical specimen that dominates physically at the college level, but he's 25 playing against 19 and 20-year-olds. I mean, think about that, dude. That's 5 years on task that he has over these other guys. And don't get me wrong, we've seen older prospects come into the league and prosper. They can thrive. It's not impossible that he's going to be a good player, but he's not going to have the advantage that he had in that scenario. He's not going to be a man amongst boys. he's going to be a freak amongst all the freaks. So it's like how much of that physical edge that he had was a component in all that production. On top of the fact that he's playing across from the 15th overall pick and Ruben Bain.
The thing that just hammers home the point to me, Tuli Tuipulotu is a fantastic football player. I loved him when the Browns would take him before they traded away the pick. He's 23. Akeem Messidor is 2 years older than a guy who's really good. I mean, it's nice that the Chargers got maybe somebody Khalil Mack can relate to. Somebody else.
Jeez.
I just don't.
Damn.
I hate it from a process standpoint. There are people who defend this to death. The risk is enormous because if you miss, it will feel awful. It will just feel terrible. So, look, I'm glad they took him because that means it's one more player that the Browns don't have to worry about. They can push down another guy. And since the Cowboys are up, I don't think they're going to take a receiver, but maybe they will. And then hopefully the Browns do what we all need them to do, which is take Concepcion. And we are sitting here really, really happy with that result.
I said I made a list this morning, my top 5 tackles and my top 5 wide receivers. Spencer Fano was number one. I said, if you can just walk away tonight from one guy from each of these lists with preferably the lowest combined total number when you add them together as possible. And Fano was 1 for me. And Casey for me was 4. If you walk away with 5, if that's the combined total,
it's amazing.
I'm going to feel real good. But again, this also feels like a spot where the Browns go, here's a surprise, and there's something totally out of left field. So, my goodness, who knows?
Keenum is still on the board, man. That's an interesting one to me.
It's tempting.
Go ahead, Jack.
Am I allowed to tip the Dallas pick because we're now on the clock?
Nope.
No?
Do we want to, just so we can talk about it?
It's a defensive player. Second on
Hell
the
yeah,
clock.
why not?
Let Joe hit the button. Let Joe hit the button.
My ego's not that big, buddy.
Hold on. We're getting in the comments. GameCube wants to let Jack cook. Cook, Jack.
So it's another older player, Malachi Lawrence. So missed out several other.
That's actually meaningful for the Browns.
Yeah.
Because one, obviously, we're all focused on receiver here, but like the Browns may be sitting there going, "We like a pass rusher," and
yes,
Malachi Lawrence was the guy I like the least of the guys that I think they would target for that.
Yes,
there's guys, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, who would be a lot of fun, and then Malachi Lawrence. Now, Malachi Lawrence theoretically has the most potential because he's longer and has supreme athleticism, but he wasn't as productive. He wasn't as efficient as a pass rusher. And I think R. Mason Thomas and Cassius Howell are more ready out of the box to be like to upgrade your defense for the Browns. Like you're not waiting for those guys to theoretically come in. You know what they do. They know what they do. And you're just like, yep, you're in. You're going to speed up the pass rush. Give somebody opposite Myles Garrett who can cause quick pressures, quick sacks, and do something that Rutenberg has done at his 2 previous stops. Not him necessarily, but been part of the organization. Last year, the Falcons traded up and took they took they took 2 edge guys. They took but they traded up and took James Pierce, who legal situation continues, but had 10.5 sacks as a rookie and was super fast. And then when he was with the Jets, a couple of years there, they took the Will McDonald IV from Iowa State, who was a super old pass rusher.
Knock it off, Jack.
Who then they used to do quick pressures and ultimately made some and it let him cause some quick pressures. So those are guys that I think make sense for the Browns at 39. I think Rutenberg's going to be in on those.
Jack, you better knock it off. You better.
I'm just tipping that they've drafted either a running back or a linebacker because I'm happy.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my God. I am so excited for this right now. But I'm also just horrified that there might be a name coming that we are not ready for. But Jack likes it. So, God. So it's got to be a linebacker.
Jacob Rodriguez?
I mean, he is awesome. He is awesome. I would
I
take
love
Jacob
that
Rodriguez
kid.
in a minute.
An old linebacker.
Man, you got the Stones to rock a mustache. I'm in.
I'll
Oh,
be trading myself to the Eagles if it was an old linebacker in the first round.
we'll give a quick update while we wait for this Browns
They
pick.
made a pick. I'll say that they made a pick. They are not trading it.
Come on. I can't now. I got a fan for a minute. You guys got to leave me alone.
Oh, look at him! Oh, the pressure's so much. You may want to grab that helmet.
To go to the commercial.
You may need it for luck.
Should I put the helmet on for luck?
You better get it for luck.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous that it's going to be like Denzel Boston, and
You know who it is?
I do not like Denzel.
Emmanuel
Boston.
McNeil Warren is the pick. And
No, listen, if it was McNeil Warren, I'd be kind of okay with that because I really like him. I'm not a big Denzel Boston guy. Like, I just don't want it to be somebody I don't want. Oh my God. I'm putting it on. Oh my God, it hurts. My head's humongous.
Yeah, be careful.
it's the 12th man.
My earphones don't fit over the helmet. There we go.
The land of the 12s in here. Let's go.
Oh my God, my head is giant. I got Jack looking like he loves it. I got Joe over here shaking his head.
I don't know. I
mad.
refuse. Like if it happens naturally, fine. But I'm not going to seek out the spoiler.
Same.
But I also feel like the only idiot in the room who doesn't know, so that kind of pisses me off.
Come on.
The OBR live Age and Raz draft board has been updated for about 2-3 minutes.
Shut up, Jack. Go have a cordial and lay off me. I'm panicking at this point. Either way, maybe it's Cassius Howell. Like Cassius Howell, the helmet still applies.
Yeah, it's true.
Come on. I'm waiting for Joe to hit that button. Why do we have to have a commercial right here?
To be fair,
Because you're America.
I heard through third parties that the Browns got commercials on both picks.
They did. Damn it. Man, if it's KC, I'm gonna go run a lap around the house.
Just bust through the brick wall.
Like and listen, I got a little. I think he's going to be awesome. I hope he can be a true number one guy. But I know he's going to be really good. If we could just go ahead and it's also got to be a 7-minute commercial. It's like watching the damn previews before a movie. Come on.
Anticipation.
Oh, here we go. We're out of commercial. If they end this first round with Lomu, or not Lomu, with Fano and Casey.
And a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick.
Come on.
Mike, I got to be honest with you. I peaked. I broke the rule.
Joe, this person misses you.
Of course he does. That idiot's a Buccaneers fan. You got Ruben Bain tonight.
That's a good pick for them. All right, are we doing this? I see Roger Goodell at the thing. Come on.
Hey, Michael, do me a favor and buckle that trim strap and put your running shoes on, Mike.
I'm out of here. Let's go.
Let's go, KC. Nice pick.
Do we have to add draft expert to my tagline here? Because I'm 2 for 2 in this draft. One mock draft all year, 2 for 2.
What's funny is, well, I did this as like my second mock, but like a lot of people got this right. I was not my final one, but a lot of people got this right. Like Dane Brugler got this right. Daniel Jeremiah got this right. Now the particulars weren't right, but a lot of people had the Browns on Fano and Concepcion. And yet we sit here and they got them +2 picks. So awesome. I mean, Casey, I'll say it again. Of the players in this draft, you seemingly will love as people. The Browns got 2 of them, Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Casey Concepcion obviously made a point as somebody with a speech impediment to talk at the combine and do it for the sake of people who couldn't, and made that a point. He made the whole big. He wrote an article for the Players Tribune about talking about himself as a player and all this stuff. Like, he's to get it. And the Browns got 2 kids who get it who are both 21. They are both super young. Casey Concepcion with my wide receiver 3, outstanding production. Like, he had 25% of NC State's total offense as a true freshman. To compare, Malachi Toney was a huge deal at Miami. And understand that he actually reclassified, which is different than being a true freshman. But Malachi Toney was 20% of Miami's offense, and he was a sensation for the Hurricanes. Casey Concepcion, as an 18-year-old freshman at NC State, was 25% of their offense. He ran the ball as a running back and ran through people. He is tough. He can return kick. He goes to Texas A&M after a couple of years there. Suddenly adds punt returning in there and returns 2 to the house. He scores 30 touchdowns in 3 years. He was the most productive receiver at Texas A&M. He has been productive everywhere he's gone. He absolutely is effortless in getting open. Like the Check the Mic guys did a video of like 41 people who involved with the draft who did a small little snippet on their favorite player. 5 of them were Concepcion. Everybody loves this kid in terms of, like, I should say, the people who like him don't just like him; they love him. And the guys who hate, obviously, there's a convergence or a divergence of opinions. There are people who can't stand him and they go, "Oh, he drops the ball." You had Todd Monken in Baltimore, who just had Zay Flowers, who had a 10% drop rate in Boston College. Casey Concepcion has about 9-point-something%, like 9.6. A lot of that is Casey Concepcion has to catch the ball better. However,
say it.
Quarterbacks in college were Brennan Thompson, Marcel Reed, and a kid who was who might end up pretty good, but it was a freshman at NC State. Like, I mentioned this, like,
Marcel's kind of all over the place, is what you're saying.
I mentioned this on, like, the OBR, like in the forums, and like people are like, okay, I don't want Concepcion, he drops the ball too much. And my response was, okay, we can't talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. anymore because he drops the ball. And the immediate reaction I got, well, who was throwing him the ball? And let's talk about that. Like, Casey Concepcion's circumstances genuinely sucked with these quarterbacks. Like, you don't know who any of these guys are. Marcel Reed, we're not going to be talking about Marcel Reed as like a premium draft prospect. Julian Sands a really good quarterback, or whoever. They obviously had C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. Like, cry me a river that, like, Marvin Harrison had to struggle with Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray. Like, Casey Concepcion genuinely had bad quarterback play. Now, that is not to say that some of those catches are just not bad.
Correct.
But the flip side of that, he also makes a bunch of spectacular catches. Like, he makes a bunch of crazy outside frame catches, and then the ball in his hands, he is absolutely electric. If they can create space and get the ball in this kid's hands, he will score.
Guys, I want to go back to this because it was just fun. GameCube, I had this up here before, said, if it's KC, I'm gifting subs on Twitch. And then it was KC. And look at all the subs that got gifted from GameCube. Look at boom, 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 boom. Just a bunch of gifted subs. And we have some appreciation for GameCube on Twitch. Guys, I ran about 72 feet, and I think I'm going to pass out. I think I'm going to pass out. I'm going to pass out.
Well, it's
a deserving reason to run. Like, what did we want coming into tonight? We wanted wide receiver. We wanted offensive tackle. We love these 2 players individually. Not only are they young, they have phenomenal personalities. They're phenomenal kids. This is fantastic. Like, Todd Monken coming out right away. Spencer Fano's the left tackle. It's not even a question. We're good to go. Now, Casey Concepcion, what have we been asking for? Speed, playmaking ability. He's going to create space for everybody else on the offense. And how are they going to use him? Oh, I don't know. What the hell did Monken do with Zay Flowers? We know exactly what they're going to do. And it works. Flowers is a witch, man. And KC's got that skill set. I was fired up coming into the night. I'm even more fired up now. This is fantastic.
It's such a relief knowing that it wasn't a fluke. Andrew, our boy learned how to draft.
Yep.
Well, I maybe we talk about somebody that was eliminated from the draft process.
Well, there's two pieces to that, because obviously Paul DePodesta is one piece of that conversation, and him not being involved is certainly seemingly paying dividends. The other part, and I can't say this for a fact, because there are a lot of people who genuinely hate this person, but the person who came in and all of a sudden their drafting got really good in terms of process and doing all the right things was Catherine Hickman.
Yes.
In 2023 was a really smart draft process, and you can sit there and go, well, the results are this, that, and the other thing. They did a really good job in terms of how to manage the draft. You hit the ball real hard on most picks except for CIP, which I'm not putting on her. I know who's responsible for that nonsense. But you hit the ball real hard, and almost every time up the plate, and as a result, those balls went into guys' gloves. But if you keep doing that over and over and over again, eventually you're going to find holes in the field. They found them.
Dylan Thieneman, 25th to the Chicago Bears.
Oh God,
good pick.
Yeah, it is. It's a really good pick.
He's tremendous. Now, all of a sudden, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is sitting there. Is that a guy that is he going to keep falling? Is he going to fall to 39? Or the Browns going to feel because now we've got sort of a list of guys that you sit there and go, because you can come up with. In fact, I'll start writing down names so we can start to figure this out. D'Angelo Ponce.
But can we backtrack though for a minute of all the stuff we've been through over the last several years, and again, a lot of it due to the fact that you made the deal for Deshaun Watson and you had no high draft picks and you had to just make do with what you have. But to come into this and to just get your left tackle and get your wide receiver, to just do what everybody wanted you to do. There was nobody tried to outsmart anything. Nobody tried to do anything off the wall. You just did what everybody wanted. Every Browns fan wanted this. And maybe in different order, maybe in different players or in different order or whatever, but you got the two positions everybody wanted. You made it simple. It's not even about Casey Concepcion, because I'm still more excited for Spencer Fano than I am for Casey Concepcion. But
I don't believe you.
I am. I promise you I am. But just doing what they did is it just feels great. It feels great that they did it.
No, and sometimes Ravens are regularly sort of congratulated for this. It's keeping it simple.
Yes.
When you're trying to chase the edge and get some silver bullet is usually when it goes wrong. Whereas if you just take the common sense moves, focus on high positional value, focus on younger players, fill your needs. There's always a balance of people say, oh, get the best player available. If it was Jeremiah Love and you're benching Judkins, would people have been happy? No. If it was, let's go draft a tight end and potentially split the role with Harold Fanningham if they only want to play one tight end, would people have been happy? People talk in fantasy worlds, but get good players, get players at position of need, and get players that actually at premium spots. So they've ticked all the boxes here, and it's going to be interesting to see what they continue to do.
Pete is frustrated. I know we have a trade. The 49ers traded, the Dolphins traded up to San Francisco's pick at 27 for 30 and 90. Is that what you're mad about?
No.
All right. He's mad about something else.
He's mad because
we had another pick. We had the Bills and the Texans made a trade.
Yes.
So here we go. So the Texans get 26 and 91 for And the Bills get 28, 69, and 167.
They sure did. And then they went and drafted somebody.
Oh no.
I was gonna say that was my I went to Malachi Lawrence, Pete, but I heard stupid noise on this. I heard noise on him creeping up. Damn it.
Go ahead and hit the button. We're talking about it. Just do it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Thieneman went 25. Houston moved up to 26, and Keelan Rutledge went to Houston.
Yeah.
That's a great pick.
If you can get me Casantis out of this, I'm okay with it. But man, I love Keelan Rutledge.
Keelan Rutledge. Yeah, really good.
First of all, didn't Houston see my mock draft? He was supposed to last to 70. What the hell is this?
I told you, like I had a 49. I felt good about it. It's really funny that the Houston Texans signed Wyatt Teller and they took the like more athletic version of Wyatt Teller.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man. That's all right. Guys, don't worry about it, Pete. You can still get Elijah Surratt at 39.
Well, I've got a list of guys, and that better not be one of them. The other thing was that the San Francisco moved down to 30.
Yeah.
I suspect they're going to take Caleb Lomu there.
Yeah.
But like, just, as we fly through this, names I've got there that the Browns don't have to move for yet: D'Angelo Bonds, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Chase Besantis, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Cooper, and Denzel Boston.
I got to tell you, if we get to a point after taking Fano and Concepcion, I don't care what they do the rest of tonight, but if we get to a point, you get to 39 tomorrow, and D'Angelo Bonds is the pick, I'm going to float out of my house. I'm going to leave my body. I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to float out of the house.
I would just be stunned if it's not a defensive player. That's I'm all for just continuing to load on offense. I will be stunned if it's not somebody on defense.
All I said going in, the thing that I wanted going in all the way through, I would like to see 2 wide receivers taken in the top 4 picks, because I just think your situation was that dire at wide receiver. It's disgusting. Now, maybe they think they can get more out of Todd Monken's staff with Isaiah Bond. All right. Okay. All right. I can see that. And frankly, maybe they want to play around with Malachi Corley more. I kind of wish they would.
Agreed.
And so maybe on the team are those guys, but I'm just telling you, if Pons is the guy, please stop it in the comments with 5'8". He is 5'8". He is 5'8". And go watch what he did to Denzel Boston at 6'4". Go watch what he did to him.
He plays like Antoine Winfield, the original.
Unbelievable.
He that was an Akron kid out of Garfield who was 5'9" and just destroyed people.
Yes.
I mean, like he's outstanding. Like and D'Angelo Pons is the one where I don't sit here and go slot only. I would not be afraid to see if he could hang out on the outside.
Guys, Pete, he took no snaps in the slot in college.
No.
He's not a slot corner.
No.
Doesn't mean he can't go over there and play in the slot, because he can, because he's a freaking track star. But, oh my gosh. Jack, you had something.
I was just looking ahead because updating the live board with the trade that went in there. The start of that 5th round is going to be pretty wild. We've got pick 146. I don't know who picks 147. Then we've got 148 and 149. That is going to be a monster. Poor old Fred. He's going to be losing it trying to ask all those questions. They're probably going to have to do a 3-pick press conference if they stay there in all the picks.
My guess is they're going to – one of those picks is moving, at least.
You never know.
They could move up. They could trade it for a player. I think at some point during this draft, they're going to trade for a player. I don't know what that is. I still suspect it might be quarterback. They do the basically Kenny Pickett trade again. But they have every incentive to get quality or use those things to get more players that feel like they can help now.
But it's a lot of the type of players that we've been talking about that you're probably going to see available there 4th, 5th rounds. I suspect you're going to have some pretty intriguing inline tight end options that you're begging for, Pete Smith. I think you're probably going to have some pretty intriguing interior offensive line options, especially developmental players, and especially with the way they've built the offensive line. A lot of these guys they brought in this season are, I don't think they're really expecting these guys to be long-term answers, a lot of them. And so maybe you can get a guy that's a developmental guy. They did what they needed to do round one, and now the world is just your oyster for the rest of this draft. It is awesome. Go ahead, Jack.
Shoot my shot with all three of those picks. Pete's probably going to hate it, but I don't care. Tight end, Jack Enders. Tackle, Drew Shelton. Linebacker, Jimmy Rolder. Why not? Three guys. Take them all then.
Well, the Jack Andrews is fine in round 5. I suspect the Browns, if he's there, I suspect the Browns are going to take Oscar Delp with 70 or 74.
Yeah.
He's not my preference, but I think they will take Oscar Delp there. He fits with what they've done with Fano. Like, he does a lot of those things as a blocker. He's really, again, to me, if you like what Kenyon Sadiq represents, Oscar Delp is the much wiser gamble in terms of that, because he's super athletic and not super productive. So if you're going to take swing, do it in round 3 as opposed to round 1.
I also will just throw out with 5 fifth-round picks, and I think we'll probably play it maybe at the beginning Saturday. My sleepers, there's going to be some of those guys sitting there, and go ahead, Joe.
Dolphins at 27 took Chris Johnson, corner out of San Diego State.
Good player. I don't. For people who wanted corner, he was not it for the Browns. Like, he plays very distinct zone style. He can do some man stuff, but like, he's not pressing anybody. He also does sort of a quirky way he plays zone. He's a really good corner. Checks all the boxes except one: competition. Played at San Diego State. Didn't face a whole lot of great competition. Did okay at the Senior Bowl, but he's got height. He's got athleticism, doesn't have super long arms, which is another thing the Browns may not have loved about him. But like, for teams who want to play combo coverages and zone stuff, like, he makes a lot of sense. So I think it's a really smart play for the Dolphins. I think it made a lot of sense for them. I had the Dolphins taking a corner with that pick, just not that one. So I think it's a good pick. Now, it doesn't affect the Browns, which is good, and the thing keeps on rolling. Like, the thing that I like is for like Omar Cooper and Denzel Boston. If you're like, hey, the Browns should double up, we're getting to a point where I feel the value is now correct.
Oh, yes.
I thought those were second round guys.
Yes.
And now they're going to be in the second round potentially.
We do have a trade. Apparently, the Bills have traded down again, and so the Patriots have traded
2
up
interdivision trades.
Yeah, wild. So we'll see what they decide to do. Again, as we get close to the end of the first round here, I just want to remind everybody, get over to the OBR.com tonight, all day tomorrow. There's going to be all kinds of written coverage from our amazing staff at the OBR on Spencer Fano, on Casey Concepcion, and on how the way this first round went. And then tomorrow night, you can jump in with us. We're going to get going at 6:45 p.m. The draft starts rounds 2 and 3 at 7 o'clock. And we'll carry you all the way through as the Browns tomorrow, as of right now. Again, I don't want to speak out of turn, but as of right now, we know they've got pick 39 and they've got what pick? Wait, hold on. What picks do they have tomorrow?
39, 70, 74, 107. And then 146, 148, 149, 206.
It was 74 that I forgot about.
70, 39, 70, and 74 are what relevant tomorrow.
So 39, 70, and 74 tomorrow. I forgot about that 74. That is awesome. Go ahead and hit the button, Joe.
Yep. Well, I got to go back to. Yep. Patriots traded up with the Bills and took Caleb Lomu.
Which is really interesting because what position does he play?
Left tackle.
So,
yep.
Are they going to make the move?
3rd overall pick.
Are they going to make the move, or are they going to put Lomu at right tackle and say, we'll put him here? I mean, because they have 2 things they have to address. Morgan Moses is like, I think 53 years old and still playing at a decently high level.
No, he's
They
mid
want a future.
40s. Nothing crazy.
I love Morgan Moses. But obviously they took Will Campbell last year. There was all the people throwing shade at him about how he did in the playoffs, despite being injured. But you just took another guy who plays left tackle. Are they going to now go, hey, we're going to move Will Campbell to the right? Or are they going to move Lomer to the right? Or are they going to move Will Campbell to guard and move Lomer?
Yeah.
Man.
Will Campbell's got to be going inside.
Overall pick from last year into guard, so the 28th overall pick this year can play tackle. Is it the 9th tackle drafted?
Yeah, they were a team I was worried about taking Basantis because they could just upgrade the interior and do the thing. Now, it now opens up a world where if he's still sitting there, like the Browns could easily take him and plug him in a right guard.
But you guys are talking about it at the same time. On the other side of that conversation is I would rather have my team acknowledge, whoa, this guy is not as good as we thought he was. We maybe made a mistake, but we're going to put him on the inside, and he's going to be much more serviceable as a guard. I'd rather have them do that than be like, we're going to be stubborn and just continue to force this guy to the outside. So there's the other side of it. It'll just be really interesting to hear what Diana Rossini says about it.
True. Well, I mean,
so do we talk about that? Sorry.
We'll have to wait. I mean, listen, some of us are going to be covering the draft on Saturday. Somebody's not. Somebody's going to have to do some family time.
Well, see, somebody's maybe isn't even going to know who his team's drafted on Saturday. He's going to have to watch like the rest of us. Hopefully whoever, if there's an OBR for the Patriots, they don't tip picks.
But the good news is, look, one solid Saturday and that whole situation will be fixed. one good Saturday.
That's right. Go ahead.
She's deleted her Twitter account as well. That happened at the start of the draft.
I believe it. Believe that. Oh my gosh. This is great. I love these last 2 years. Guys, there's part of me that misses the misery of doing these draft caves. And I've always loved doing them. And Jack, you outpace me with the OBR, but I'm 5 years here. And part of me misses the misery of the having to act like drafting a guy in the 3rd round is the equivalent of a first rounder because you don't have picks and you have to break it down that way. But these last 2 years have just been nice. They've been nice. I feel like I'm on vacation.
It really sucked because a lot of what the Browns try and do is very, very, very similar to what the Eagles try and do. But the trouble is they didn't get the quarterback. They got Jalen Hurts at value. We overpaid for Deshaun Watson. It didn't work out. You also then got a lack of first-round picks. So you're trying to make up for it everywhere you can, whereas the Eagles have a surplus of first-round picks. So it's one that it's just really, really unfortunate. It's like they got the luck like Shedeur Sanders hit effectively with Jalen Hurts. So there's a lot of what the Browns can do, and I think it's why you've seen Jimmy Haslam try and stick with Andrew Berry, because if what the Eagles is doing works, you want some of that.
This is really juicy.
The trouble is it keeps going the other way. But fingers crossed, once they get through this Watson stuff, roll on March, he's going to get cut, and then they drive forward.
This makes me happy. The Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon, talking about planning and picking him at 21.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Go on, Philly. We love you.
Got a boy, Howie. Let's go.
We do have another trade.
The had someone in Mekhi Lemon's house just listening to that.
The 49ers are officially out of the first round as the Jets have come back into the first round. And so the Jets have sent picks 33 and 179 to the 49ers for pick 30. So the Jets are back in.
Carson Beck? Is this the Carson Beck thing we've been hearing about?
That'd be cartoonish.
I'd be so happy. That's my one concern for 39. Don't do it.
If there's another guy that I think could replicate the butt fumble for the Jets, there he is.
And
if there's another quarterback that could make me feel as miserable as I felt at pick 94 last year, it's Carson Beck.
And just with fifth-round picks, obviously, there's always a lot of fifth-year options on first-round picks. There's always a lot of focus on them. But in all honesty, if you hit on a player, it doesn't matter. And there's some positions where you just don't want to use them. We saw it at centre with the Ravens, because there is just a fifth-year option for offensive line, which means the tackle price is good. It's then overvalued at guard and centre. So it's one that there's a lot of hype around fifth-year options. In the grand scheme of it, if you hit on a player, you don't mind paying them. The trouble is the shortage of good players.
Kansas City Chiefs has selected Peter Woods, defensive tackle out of Clemson. He's an interesting cat, man. He's an athletic dude.
Yes, and had a really down season, as did Clemson. But there was apparently some like family issue that he had that has not been sort of like fully explained, that like was a big factor in why he had such a bad season. But the other part of that is Clemson has been awful at developing players, and particularly defensive linemen. So there's an element to this where you're taking the kid, saying he's really, really talented, we'll figure it out, and that may work for them. Obviously, they need more pass rush in the worst way. We thought there was a good chance they might just take Bain if they were there. They obviously took Mansour Delane. They've got Chris Jones still going, but they need more pass rush, and Peter Woods is a guy who can win quickly as a pass rusher. So I get it. Not somebody I was worried about. Not somebody I was considering. So another great situation for the Browns. We continue, and all those guys I mentioned before are still there.
Guys, I took a peek at Twitter, and the Browns and Texas A&M are tweeting at each other, and I'm going to pass out. Again, I'm going to
Just imagine what will happen if we go tomorrow, they take the kid who started at Bowling Green and then went to Texas A&M and Cassius Howell.
Can I just take a reminder, because people spend the last 3 weeks, probably 3 months, constantly asking the question of, will the Browns ditch the guardrails, blah, blah, blah. Firstly, the guardrails are just based on what they've previously done. They're not like numbers I've come out with. This is just like, this is the oldest the Browns have drafted. And it's why I always use the phrase unlikely rather than like, they're not going to draft them. Spencer Fano, green, 21.47 in age, 9.8 in RAS. KC Conception, yellow, but yellow is perfectly fine. It's just a little bit older, but 21.58, no RAS score. Yet again, they stick to what they do. Amar Cooper, Denzel Boston would have been slightly older, not by much. We're only talking 0.1 over what I set the bar at, but it's one that, again, they continue to focus on what we expect them to do. These players are younger. Joe touched on it earlier. You don't want a guy that the tape grinders love. Yeah, because he's 5 years older than the players he's beaten up. Suddenly, when you get in the big boy league, you don't look as good. And when I've done these studies and looked back at the older prospects, they've not matched up. So it's one that just time and time again, focus on these younger guys. We saw it pushed up a little bit with Tillman before, and then Ika just destroyed all of the RAS metrics. Taking a fat defensive tackle just...
That's not he was just bad, ridiculously unathletic.
If you're not a pass rusher, I don't want you on the defensive line.
Oh, what do we got?
Jets take Omar Cooper Jr., 30th overall.
The guy they were connected to all along. They just went up and got him later. Which
that's a nice first round for the Jets, man.
David Bailey, Kenyon Sneak, and Omar Cooper. Bailey.
Woo! That is not bad at all. So we got two more. We got Buffalo at 31 and Seattle at 32.
I'm telling you, they're putting that time back on the clock next year. They're
like, yeah.
Like the fact that this is almost over and it's only 11 and you're not deadly exhausted. The NFL can't have that.
No, I need to be dead night one so I can come back deader night two.
I'm wistful for a time when the first round could go 8 hours. That's 12 like 7:45 run.
Yep.
And you've still got 6 rounds to go.
Well, and the worst is when the Browns are drafting early, it's like they would draft at like 1:30, be like, all right, we'll be back up at 9.
Yeah, right. All right, so we just got a couple picks left here in the first round. as the Jets make that. Now we got another trade. The Titans are on the clock. So the Titans have moved back up into the first round. Who do the Titans want? Carnell Tate early in this draft. Who do the Titans want now?
That's a good question. I mean, do they? I could easily say them just say continue to just keep building offense.
So if you look at who's in the top 32 on the consensus big board, you've got wide receiver Denzel Boston, you've got edge defender Keldrick Folk, TJ Parker, you've got defensive tackle Caden McDonald, you've got cornerback Jared McCoy and cornerback Avian Terrell, and then safety Emmanuel Neal McWarren. They're the players that are in the top 32 entering the day.
Jack, Buffalo goes with the triple trade down, which we would call the triple duff here in Cleveland. Are they now your favorite team?
They're pretty special. They're good guys. Shout out to Cover One.
They're creeping up.
Tennessee, I mean, like if you said if Tennessee took Denzel Boston, would I blink? No. I'm just making it.
Is that sort of move?
Yeah, but
who would be a
double
bad
up on
player?
receivers,
Exactly.
though? I feel like that's not a good enough team to take 2 receivers.
Listen, Cam Ward,
Preparing for their next
Cam
quarterback.
Ward needs to work.
Yeah. So you're giving Chase Basantis, dude.
No, I don't want him to get
Hey.
this.
Hey, you be quiet. You knock it off.
Hey, easy there, KC. You're good. You can't complain anymore. You're gravy training for the
Now
rest
no,
of the
no,
weekend.
He's sitting there daydreaming all day going, cash is hell. We're going to
You want Basantis, too. You're just being selfish at this point.
Yeah, we're right.
Yeah,
Now
yes.
we're getting greedy.
Listen, yes, I am selfish. I've had to watch this team do a bunch of jackass stuff with draft picks for years. I'm ready to get greedy and take good players.
No way, not
Right.
me. My team's been good every
I
year.
can't believe that. I completely forgot he was on the board. The type. Oh man, that's crazy.
What happened?
Ring the bell.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Do it, Pete.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
The Titans trade up and take Keldrick Folk.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Auburn, who I completely forgot about.
I had him
Really
going
strong
21 to
profile.
Pittsburgh.
For the front that they run, he makes a ton of sense for them. Like I get, like that would have been another player where I was like, if the Browns decided, yeah, we'll take him, I wouldn't have blamed it. Jack would have hated it, but that's fine. I mean, I think Tennessee's done really well for themselves.
That was a triple pick trade that just moved. It moved Tennessee from 35 to 31. But then the Titans, it's basically 31, 69, and 165 for 35, 66, and 101.
An edge defender that's allergic to pass rushing. So, yeah, great.
He had very good production last year, just not this year. And yes, that is why a lot of people don't like Keldrick Fall. He's a base end who can. Yeah, he does. He so many guys that the Browns have had. The guy who plays base end and probably wants to kick inside the rush the passer.
It's like an off-ball linebacker who struggles to
Yeah,
tackle.
I know. That's what I said.
About.
That's what I said. Jack would hate Keldrick Falk. Yeah, absolutely would. But like the
That's why it's a great pick before we get to 39.
It will be very difficult for the Browns not to have an unbelievably good player available, in my view, at 39.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's going to be so many available.
There's a
depending on-
path where they can run them all right down the list. But yeah, that would be unfortunate. But yeah, I'll be like, I thought D'Angelo Pons would go in the first round. I thought Emmanuel McNeil Warren would go in the first round. I thought Chase Basantis could go in the first round. I thought Mason Thomas I had in the first round. All those guys are falling, and this is how it goes. Denzel Boston, obviously, I had in the first round. These are all guys that are sitting there that the Browns could just potentially get at 32, and you're just like, and these were people you were mocking. Some people were like Denzel Boston, which is not my, but there were people who are like Denzel Boston at 24, no problem. Like, to me, a second round guy, the value would be right. You'd get size, you get a whole lot of things that make sense. Chase Basantis, I think he's just a really, really good football player. And even better, the Browns would get 2 linemen with people who are going to complain about their arm length, who just kick people's asses.
Don't you make me put it back on. I'm going to put it back on. If you keep talking, if you say Chase Basantis one more time, it's going back on.
It's gonna happen.
I would absolutely slam him at the right guard right now and be like, that's our line.
And then trade up for Cassius Howell and Will McDonald later in the draft. Let's just get them all.
Well, the thing that is standing out, people, what the myth, the talk was that offensive tackle arm length was going to be a big deal. It didn't turn out to be.
No.
But defensive end arm length did. Ruben Bain fell further, and if Cassius Howell falls out of the first round, not to say that that's super unexpected. He's obviously very short-armed, but like that is a position where guys care about arm length.
Yep. All right. So
your boy Howell is old, but I'll accept it because he's a good pass rusher.
How dare you? How dare you say old?
He's old.
I swear to God, if we're talking, I watched the chart.
32. He's old. 23. He's old enough for my dad.
No, he's 32. He's 32. He had a full-time job, but then went back to college. It's fine.
The
He's got a grandkid.
What are you doing?
He's got a grandkid. Yeah, little grandbaby Howell is adorable. We're gonna love him here in Cleveland.
Kid's gonna be a stud in 2037.
Ooh, wow. Right now, I'm just looking at picks. Now I'm on Twitter, and I'm a bit surprised at 32.
It reminds me a lot of the Chiefs.
Who is it?
What would you have done if the Browns took a 25-year-old player in the first round? Would that have been?
I would have traded myself to either the Bills or the Eagles.
Well, Jack's already thinking about the Bills. He only wants a team that will trade every pick down. Just keep trading down. I want
you get all those trades and Josh Allen. Let's go. Sign me up.
No. Josh is going to be retired by the time we start making these picks. I want every draft pick in 2042. That's what I'm looking for. All 200 plus.
So the pick here reminds me a lot of what the Chiefs did when they got to a really, really good point. They went, "Oh, what are we away? What are we missing? Draft a bloody running back." Whereas you can go to a wider picture where you're adding more receiving talent at stronger positions, and it's just a mistake that these good teams make, and then suddenly 2 years down the line they're no longer good.
Yeah, well, again, it's the last pick of the draft, and so we're just going to do it. It's Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame, to the Seattle Seahawks.
To me, that's the third round guy that went the first round.
I asked you about that at the beginning. Yeah, that is a stunner of a pick for me.
The Seahawks used to be the team that did this. Like they would just take a guy on their board and everybody like, oh my God, what are they doing? They got away from that and did a lot better and then won the Super Bowl, but they're back at it. And obviously they wanted to get a running back. They let their guy go to KC. Okay. I just don't think you have to go this early for Jadarian Price, who is talented. I get it. And he sat behind Jeremiah Love. The production isn't there. He caught 15 passes in his career in college. And he is good on special teams. He destroyed USC on kick returns. Talented, but I think Dylan Sampson is a better prospect than Jadarian Price. And the Browns got him in round 4 last year. If people argue with me, they're the same size. Dylan Sampson had 1,600 yards and 22 touchdowns last year as SEC Offensive Player of the Year. He was 28% of the team's overall offensive market share and 38% of their touchdowns. And people were like, no, Jadarian Price is better. Okay, we'll see. But that's a really difficult argument to make based on what Jadarian Price has done. You're basically going around, well, we think he's pretty good based on very limited touches.
Yeah, as a Zach Charbonnet owner in a dynasty football league, I'm a little annoyed with this pick. But I get it. Look, Seahawks are loaded right now. Seahawks look great, and they're set up to be just as competitive this coming year as they were in their Super Bowl winning year. So their one major issue is refortifying the backfield and supporting Sam Darnold with a good running game. I can't really find fault in it. The idea that Price was going to be there at 64 is probably not likely. So I get it. If you love the kid and you like the skill set and you like the fit, make it happen.
What would your reaction be if the Browns did that?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
If they took a player you thought was a third round pick in the first round?
First of all, you say that as though it hasn't happened. Okay, so you're like, let's throw out a hypothetical. You mean every other goddamn year, Pete?
No,
What
I'm just
hypothetical is
I
that?
see the vision of what the Seahawks are doing. Okay, what would your reaction be if the Browns did it?
First of all,
I'd become a Seahawks fan.
If you told me, hey, Joe, how much would you bitch about the 32nd pick after you won the Super Bowl? I'm like, I wouldn't. I would not. I'd be okay.
That's a really good point.
They could draft my grandmother, who I know isn't going to pick.
That's the biggest lie ever told. Sports fans are so greedy. Won the Super Bowl? Oh, yeah? Screwed up your first-round pick the next year? Get out.
Dude, I got to tell you, maybe most sports fans, I feel like Browns, if the Browns win the Super Bowl, I think they could take a third-round linebacker, and Jack would go, yeah, that's fine.
Jack
Do
might.
you remember
The
Bud Light
callers
beer
for the radio station would still be trying to fire Andrew Berry.
I would fire Andrew Berry if he took a running back or a linebacker coming off a Super Bowl. I'd be like, yeah, that bitch can go.
Get him out. Get him out. Send him back to Harvard. Idiot. All right, so the first round is in the books as the Seahawks make Price the last pick of the first round. And Pete, you got me fired up. The picks in the first round got me fired up as much as anything. But Pete, you got me fired up just talking about what's on the board, what's available, what's there. Give it one more recap as we get ready to wind things up here. Night one of the NFL draft, but give it one more recap of what we're looking at is again, pick 33 will be the first pick of the second round tomorrow night, but the Browns sit there at pick 39. So talk about the players that may be sitting there looking at them.
So there's 7 picks until the Browns are up on the clock again. And I have D'Angelo Pons, Emmanuel McNeil 1, Chase Besantis, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, Gabe Yakis, and Denzel Boston. And I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but there'd probably be people who'd be annoyed about Gabe Yakis. I would not be, but everybody else, every other one of those players, I'd be like, unbelievable. And as a result, the Browns may sit there and go, we'll see what people are offering. Now,
yeah,
point, they could also go the other way and try to go up and get somebody specific. But unless they can somehow finagle some picks out of next year, I'll be curious to see how much they're really interested in moving back. I know Jack would. We can have 1,300 picks this year, and Jack would be very happy. But there comes a point where I wonder if the Browns will be like, unless the deal is just too good to be true, or they're just like, we're just gonna make the picks.
Yep. Jack just sent me this, so I'm gonna throw it up on the screen, and I'll let you talk about it, Jack, because holy smokes, it's a lot to go over. But I'll let you go over it. He just sent me this if I want to share it. So go on.
So if you're an OBR VIP subscriber, this has been in Rumors Central. Wrote an article on it today for live updates. So I am tipping picks in here because I don't have any live feed to watch. But it's one that we're just tracking where everyone's at, so they're just marked as they come off the board. But you've got a lot of great players still there, and that's great. There's a lot of upside, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do over the next 24 hours, basically. What is it, 20 hours? Because you sometimes see player trades in this gap, so it's one that they could trade players. It was 3 years ago, I think. 4 years ago, when they drafted MJ Emerson and traded Troy Hill after the third round. So it's one that, keep an eye. There's more stuff here, but there's a lot of talent still on the board. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be sit there, wait until pick 39, but they're in a good spot, and fun times.
Cannot wait till they pick Cade McDonald and Jack. This is mine.
Who's that?
He's a run-stopping nose tackle.
Yeah. Siaki Ika. Let's go.
No, he's good. Siaki Ika, he's really good. But yes, I mean, look, the talent there.
Tommy Togiai.
It's really good.
Good now, inexplicably.
Caleb Proctor.
I think there are reasons you can explain. I think there are places he's not that he was when he was in Cleveland that may have something to do with it, but who knows?
Caleb Proctor, 4th round. That is a pass rushing defensive tackle. Keep an eye out.
Well, the other one I would keep an eye on is Rene Congo from Louisville because the Browns talked to him, and is super athletic, twitchy defensive tackle. Doesn't have a whole lot of production. Has some good metrics as far as that goes. So, look, I think the Browns hit a home run in terms of everything we want. 2 players, OT1, wide receiver 3, 2 extra picks, everything we could want. Like, unless you were coming in here going, no, the Browns absolutely have to get a 2027 first-round pick. No one traded a single 2027 first pick at all. I don't think.
Right.
I didn't see all the deals, but I assume that's how it played out because everybody was pretty gung-ho on that. So, save for that, they did all the things like that we asked them to do. They took care of the assignment. Now it is go get talent.
Well, and I think also just the way it played out, right? You had all the Carnell Tate folks. Joe, you were one. I was one. And I had Spencer Fano as my top tackle, but I wanted Carnell Tate at 6. Well, when he goes off the board early,
what are you going to do?
I can't complain about that. I'm not mad about that. And then so to go back, just confidently go back to 9, gain the extra assets, and come away with your top target at legitimately their top target at tackle, and then to grab the wide receiver again, to just do things the way everybody wanted it. Again, it may not be exactly the guys you wanted, but the process was what pretty much everybody wanted, and they come in and do it. And I will contest, guys, that a couple things happened in Pittsburgh tonight. I will contest to you, fine gentlemen, to everybody watching still on the live, which is still a ton of people here. I will contest that this is the Browns' biggest victory in Pittsburgh since that 2021 playoff game. And I will contest that it is the Steelers' biggest loss in Pittsburgh since then, with that story of how Philly made the trade to jump the Steelers when the draft is in their own city, when the Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon, telling them that they were going to take him, and Philly came up and took him. Philly is not only kicking Pittsburgh's ass in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, which, by the way, they are kicking their ass in the playoffs. They are. But then they kick their ass in the draft. It's a night where the Steelers get their butts kicked, although I do like Max Hennichor. It's still, the way they had to get him is hilarious, and the Browns come away with the win. What more could you ask for? What more could you ask for?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Mike. I think it's fantastic. I feel like at the end of the year, at the end of the season, when we were at our lowest, when we were at our most frustrated, we knew 2 things. We knew we needed receiver help, and we knew we needed an offensive tackle. And we got guys that are athletes, they're young, they're great people off the field, and they're absolute studs on the field. I can't look at this night in a negative light in any way. I really can't. I mean, there's guys that we all loved and that we wanted to see them take here, there, or wherever. But we're coming out with 2 huge holes filled with really good players and really good people, and they fit. They fit to a T. I'm super fired up.
Right, it's now 4:15, and I am going to love you and leave you guys, and I will see you tomorrow.
All right, get out of here, Jack. We're going to wrap. We're going to wrap up in a few minutes. But Jack, you awesome. Thank you for staying up with us. Go get some sleep, and we will see you tomorrow night. The Duffin, and leave it up to the Buffalo Bills for pulling the triple duff. While we had Jack on, that is phenomenal. Where it leaves me, Pete, Joe, is exactly where I wanted to be coming out of round 1, which is going into rounds 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And I don't really give a shit about, I'm used to swearing a lot on Garage Beers, and then I know on the OBR we don't do that so much, but it's fine. Who cares? Who cares so much about rounds 6 and 7? But rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, that area, you go get the guys, go get whoever's best on your list, go get them.
Yep.
I would love to see another wide receiver, but if you take the safety out of Toledo, I'm gonna be thrilled. If you take Chase Pasantis, I'm gonna be thrilled. If you take, again, D'Angelo Pons, no matter what, is written down on this piece of paper in front of me. He is my number 1 guy I wanted in this draft out of the first round. If you get him at 39, I'm gonna lose it. Like, but again, now you just go get your guys to fill out, to not just fill out your roster. That's a bad way to say it, but to accentuate your roster, to raise the floor of your roster and the ceiling of your roster. And you're doing it in a year. You're not going to get your quarterback. And we all have to put this all into perspective, right? Whatever they do this year is not going to involve a franchise quarterback. And so maybe it's Shedeur Sanders. Maybe there's I don't want to even say what else could happen out of the quarterback room. I'm not even going to talk about that.
Why would you bring that up?
But you've put yourself in a position. Now you just go wild the rest of the draft. Take the guys you really love. And nobody can say anything about it. They just nailed this.
Well, what it's worth for people who pay attention to like the work Jim Coburn does and Draft Metrics.
Yes,
he has a top 100 big board. Spencer Fano on that big board 2.
Yeah.
Casey Concepcion 26. That's how you do it. He gave both picks A's. Outstanding, and like his data includes guys that like weren't going to go that high, but just grade really well. Like CJ Allen is 10. He had Keldrick Falk at 8. Anthony Hill, a linebacker from Texas, at 15. So like when you throw that at Gabe Yakis at 20. So like when you and Basantis 21. If the Browns can come away with Basantis, they'd have 3 players in his top
30.
Yeah, like. It's really, really good value in terms of measuring production, athleticism, all those things that we look for that finally get right. And like, not surprisingly, last year the Browns did really well on his sort of grading system as well.
And I'll say this for this year's first round, just from an NFL as a total, I think more so than a lot of years. Yeah, there were some surprises. Even though I think it makes sense, Ty Simpson, that was kind of surprising when that all went down, even though it does make sense. Price at the end of the first round, again, it's the last pick of the first round. That's a bit surprising. But for the most part, I will say, out of all the drafts in recent memory, this one went. There were teams that took guys at places that were maybe 2 or 3 spots off of where you thought they were going to go. But for the most part, it's the guys you kind of thought were going to go in the first round. It's a lot of guys that we talked about to these teams that went in the first round. It was I feel like a lot of people had this, again, their picks weren't exactly right, but a lot of people had this first round looking a lot like what this first round looked like. There weren't too many like crazy surprises.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that makes me feel so good looking at this draft is you look at the remaining players, and we're pretty split as a group on Denzel Boston. I like Boston more than the two of you do, right? But imagine going into tomorrow wondering, what the hell are we going to do about tackle?
Yeah. Oh,
and
God.
do we have to move up to get Denzel Boston?
Yes.
Because look, we all love Caleb Downs. We love Sonny Styles. I liked Reuben Bain. We like a lot of guys at a lot of different spots. But if we went outside of these 2 positions in round 1, what the hell are we looking at in round 2?
Yes, that's such a good point.
Like, that's the biggest takeaway from me is that we go into round 2, like you said, man, the board is wide open. You can take best player available, walking away completely the rest of the draft, and you're fine because you already nailed your 2 biggest needs. Just stack talent from this point on. Andrew Berry did a phenomenal job tonight. The trade down, the players we took, and the position we put ourselves in moving forward for the rest of this weekend is absolutely it's chef's kiss. It is phenomenal. I'm super happy with tonight.
I have done this Draft Cave show with the OBR for several years. I've never come away from a night feeling like this. Even last year.
Yes.
Even last year. Now, again, last year everybody felt pretty good about the trade they made with Jacksonville, getting the first rounder for this year, which they made the most of, by the way. And then, which, by the way, they got the better wide receiver out of that deal.
But that's the other thing we should revisit real quick. They traded from 2 to they traded down from 2. Jacksonville takes Travis Hunter. God bless him. He gets hurt his first year, does practically nothing. The Browns get Mason Graham, Quinshon Junkins, and then come back this year and get Casey Concepcion. really good for that trade. Obviously, we'll see how it goes. Weird stuff happens with injuries, but like they got two already guys who look really good football players. And as I said, I love Casey Concepcion. I think said it already, but like I think he is Jerry Jeudy with like I don't want to say floor, but like he's a much better prospect than Jerry Jeudy was coming out. So like you sit there and go, oh man, we have a Jerry Jeudy. We got another one. Casey Concepcion did so much more that gives you a concrete foundation to believe this going to translate, where Jerry Jeudy was a lot more projection because he just didn't do much at Alabama.
I wish more people, and again, I know here in Cleveland how things go, and I know there's a lot of college football fanatics, but I know not a lot of people. And I think, Pete, you made such a great point before, and I sat here and listened, and it's what got me fired up even more about Casey Concepcion. But I know people don't watch Texas A&M like I do, but the point of the quarterback play and the point of you have to attribute some drop numbers. You have to attribute some drop numbers from Casey Concepcion to what he was trying to catch from his quarterback, especially this last year. I mean, it got very wild. It got very wild from Texas A&M at quarterback, even though they had a great year. Again, I don't know what the reason is to believe that's going to get much better with the Browns in the near future, but that's the big knock on him, and I think it's going to only show you. I think a lot of Browns fans are going to go, okay, maybe the drop thing was a bit overplayed. Boys, before we get out of here, because we all got to get some sleep. Some of us got to work tomorrow before we get here for the Draft Cave tomorrow night. But let's go here. We all very consensus like Spencer Fano, like Casey Concepcion, like what the Browns did. Now the Browns come in with those picks tomorrow. Give me your ideal world. Who are the Browns walking out with tomorrow?
You want all three picks?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, Pete, if you don't mind, I'm going to go first. I would love to see R. Mason Thomas at number 39. I would love to see Max Clare at number 70. And then at 74, I don't know, man. 74 is going to be tough. I could see I'd be good with corner. I'd be good with safety. I'd be good with another lineman. But let's just, for the sake of, let's say Igbinosun from Ohio State at 74.
Wow.
Okay, let's go with Chase Pasantis at 39.
Woo.
Man, I would take Max Clare. I think the Browns will take Oscar Delp. And then the other guy I would clean up with would be Denell Dennis Sutton, the edge from Penn State, and just be like, I think relative to Coburn's board, the Browns would have like five top 35 players.
Yeah. I might switch to Pete's three. That's a pretty strong three. I forgot about Denell Dennis Sutton. I like that a lot.
Really, really good. So, the point is there are a lot of really fun possibilities. Like R. Mason Thomas, I be like, yep, I get it. If they get Cassius Howell, like he has so fun to watch play football.
Stop it.
Now, Jack will, Jack will say, well, that's not gonna happen because he's 23. God forbid. But nevertheless, like all those other guys, Max Clare, Oscar Delp, I love Dalen Everett. I think Sam Roush could be in their wheelhouse.
Yes.
Just as a bulldozer. Like they've got a lot of really good players. Brian Parker, the second, as a guy who could play center theoretically. Jalen Farmer is a guard that's probably more later, maybe round 3, maybe round 4. He's just a big, strong kid. So yeah, I mean, like, what I would love somehow, some way, I want them to get that guard / center, whatever it is, guard, before the end of tomorrow. That would make me very happy if they come out with 2 linemen out of the top 3 rounds that say, we're taking this seriously. We really invested in this and we really want to make this. Now, we'll see what they do. I would make, to me, my priority be at 39, Basantis, and say, the offensive line, we are making a statement. This is who we're going to be, and then clean up with all the other picks.
I'll give you my 3, and I'm going back to D'Angelo Ponds at 39. Please, we'll start there. As much as hey, listen, they wind up with Cassius Howell or Chase Besantis. Not that I have a bias, but I have a bias. They wind up with either of those two guys, I will be thrilled. Then part of me wants to say I want a guy to really fall. And I know he's already falling, but falling even further based on injury history. But I've been enamored since the beginning with Chris Bell from Louisville. He's a stunningly good wide receiver that is put into a linebacker's body, and I love that about him. And he's coming off a brutal injury, so maybe the injury makes him fall to like 70, and they can get him there. And then my third guy was going to be Dennis Sutton. Again, you just can't have. I don't think we as Browns fans, I don't think a lot of Browns fans talked enough about the progression of Alex Wright last year and how good he got throughout the course of last year. But I just don't think you can have enough of those edge rusher guys. And Dennis Sutton is really good. He was going to be my third guy. If for some reason my dream can't come true and Chris Bell leaves earlier than pick 70, then I'm all on board with pick your favorite tight end at that point, whether it's Claire or whether it's maybe the kid out of Vanderbilt still there. Just pick your favorite tight end, because I'd be down with that too.
Unless, David Njoku says, hey, I like what you guys are doing. I'm going to sign right before the draft starts tomorrow, and you can get tight end whenever you feel like. I'd be okay with that.
I love it. All right, boys. Let's wrap up coverage from the 2026 Draft Cave. Round 1 in the books. The Cleveland Browns have found their left tackle in Spencer Fano, and they have found a wide receiver in KC Concepcion. Browns fans everywhere begging for those two positions to be addressed in the first round, and that's exactly what Andrew Berry and crew did. And so lots of positive vibes happening from Browns land and in the dog pound tonight. And we have loved having you for night 1 of the Draft Cave. It has been a blast. The comments were unbelievable all night. The whole chat was awesome. So we appreciate you guys. We thank you for joining us live. We hope you enjoyed it. And then we hope you enjoyed it enough that you will come on back tomorrow night. We are going to get things rolling. 6:45 p.m. Is when we'll go live. The draft starts at 7. And again, now the Browns have 3 picks tomorrow. 1 in the second round at pick 39, and then 70, 74 in the third round. So we've got plenty to talk about tomorrow. I'll be here. Pete will be here. Joe, hopefully his internet lets him be here more than it did tonight. And then obviously we will have Fred checking in from Berea. We'll have more from Park in Pittsburgh. He'll have a lot of content that he filmed today. We'll have certainly more from Jack, as he doesn't have to stay up quite as late, and all that all coming tomorrow in day 2 of the 2026 Draft Cave. In the meantime, I know Pete's going to be working hard. I know all these guys are going to be working hard to get content up on the OBR.com. So get over to the OBR.com. Make sure you hit subscribe. You can read all the write-ups on what happened tonight, everybody's impressions of what happened and what they expect going in to rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. Again, that will do it for us in the Draft Cave. For everybody that jumped in with us, Park and Fred and Jack and Joe, and for Pete Smith, I am Michael Keefe. And Barry, I didn't even say Barry. I'm going to get fired. And for Barry McBride, the fearless leader, I'm Michael Keefe. We really appreciate you again. We look forward to hanging out with you tomorrow night, all night for night 2 of the draft. And until then, as always, and especially tonight, hold on, wait a minute. Especially tonight. Oh my God. Go Browns.